Sometimes I picture this happy life, burning in the depth of time where sadness is a myth. To me, is that something you can give to me? I picture this silent room, humming with that silent tune that my body sings when I get close to you. So hear me now, it might be ending soon. I picture that morning kiss, the death of pain and loneliness. You give me strength when you hold my hand. I'm that headless heart, that broken man. And as I'm walking around the void, and I hear that easy voice that tells you when there's nothing left for you, my darling, I could die right next to you, singing la da 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 na na na, la da na 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 na, la da da dum. And I can do what you ask. Before you ask it, let me have it. Give me nothing, but let me know you, and I will be there, just let me show you. Give me heartache if that means a reason that I would continue. Please, I need them because you mattered when nothing mattered. If I need something, let me have her. I can be there, I can be there. All my secrets, come and see them, and I can help you as you heal me. I can feel you, baby, please be near me. Come and find me in the shadows. Light a candle or just hold my hand, because you mattered when nothing mattered. If I need something, let me have her. Holy dancer, come and find me in the darkness where I've been hiding. Oh, you are my answer, my one and only holy woman, oh my holy dancer. Give me that hometown by the train tracks, slowly dancing with my silent face. I know I had that, how I once had that. Now that I'm broken, baby, can't I go back? Be my refuge beneath the covers. You are my best friend as you're my lover. Oh, I just found it, I think I found it, 'cause your beauty blinds me and I'm surrounded. La da 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 na na na, la da da da. Now you can picture this broken boy with dreams of things he can't enjoy, speaking words he won't fulfill and promising that it can happen. But with all the years I have on my name, living in a Grecan cave where nothing of a concrete world allows me now to love a girl. So is it better if I just bow my head? My dreams are getting overfed, my fantasies are gaining speed in the politics of make-believe. See, ours is a distant shore, I am sailing there, but through a storm, a fallen soul.
Hello. Oops. Working? Hi. Hello, everyone. Sorry, hold on. I'm. Boop, boop, boop. What is this? Oh, okay. It's Jet. What's this? Okay, the Joker. Okay. Some random leftover scenes. I don't know. Hi, everyone. How are you? Was it Bunny? I don't know. I just got it at farmer's market. Thought he was cute. Except this doesn't really want to sit right. So it's kind of busy, no? You can go right there. And you can hang out right there. Would you say you've been adequately goofy this year? I would say I'm pretty goofy. No? I'm pretty goofy. I've been adequately goofy. Not the mini jump scare, no, literally. It's just Scorpion. Thank you for the 52 months. Thank you so much for 52 months of support. Thank you truly from the bottom of my heart for supporting me for that long. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Do the totes ship at the same time as the other? No, you should, if you order the tote bag, you should be getting it really quickly. Speaking of tote bag, yeah, guys, so we made exclusive TwitchCon tote bags, John and I did, and well, there's like 200 left over. So if you guys are interested, it's really cute. I'll blow this image up so you can see. It's two-sided, double-sided. So it's me and John. He's teaching me how to skateboard, and this is honestly pretty accurate to exactly what happened. But yeah, it's like Doug and John is it's fucking cute, and also it's signed by J&J. It's cute. It's limited. It's oops. Here we just currently available on quarterj.com if you want. No pressure, but it is really cute. I brought it to the bookstore today personally, so it's so cozy in here. I love Jody's stream. It is rather cozy, isn't it? I use it to carry my Artist Alley stuff at Wait, that's actually brilliant. Normally goofy, but not as goofy as of late. I hope to return to my normal level of goofiness soon. What is life without goof? What is meaning without goof? Nothing. Life is meaningless. Life is mundane. Life is boring without the goof. Must be goof at all times, I would say. Right, I think with the 46, Bullback, thank you with the 66, FSI, Identity, thank you with the 17, Marquito, thank you with the 59, Nugs, thank you with the 5, Ellen, thank you with the 10, Bits, where is my, oh. There we go. Merch will ship. My merch, like the sweatshirts and t-shirts and stuff, will ship in early December. That is something that I'm really working on my team, because I don't like how long it takes for everything to ship. I would ideally want us to be able to, like, you guys buy the merch and then get it max 2 weeks later. So don't worry, we're working on it, but I don't think it'll happen to the next merch drop. Mr. Kitty Cat, thank you for the 22. Minky, thank you for the 23. Thank you for almost 2 years. I don't get your stream notifications anymore, but they're on. I think Twitch is all. I don't know. I think that's always. I don't know. Ooh, tomorrow, guys, exciting stream coming up. I am taking you to the Rainforest Cafe. Yeah, I'm renting a minivan. And I'm gonna bring all my friends, and we're gonna go to the Rainforest Cafe together, because I used to fucking love the Rainforest Cafe, and I have not been in years. And I was like, wait, I really want to go. And John was like, let's go. I was like, let's stream it. Fuck it. So this is another time where I am kind of limit testing my phone streams. So we're gonna go eat at the Rainforest Cafe. It's gonna be me, Scara, Sean, Cutie, Cinderella, Broden. I believe John is coming. Not sure. Inviting people as we go, but yeah, it should be fun. Well, they're gonna close down, guys. I think they're gonna go out of business very soon. So yeah. I was searching your merch, and a Walmart link came out for knockoffs of your merch. Huh? Walmart? Ain't no way Walmart. It's in Walmart. That's weird. No, the last time I also went was 15 years ago, but my one goal is to buy Rainforest Merch Cafe. Wait, Rainforest Cafe merch. I want a Rainforest Cafe t-shirt or something. So, what zip up is that? It's from Weekday. What is it called? Can my hair get out of the way? Weekday? I don't know. I bought it when I was in... I think I bought it when I was in, like, Sweden. Where was I? Well, I was out of the country on a cruise somewhere. But I love it. It's my favorite zip up. And it's not green! Guys, look. You think it's... How about now? Gray, right? So, Broden color corrected my... There's a Walmart what do you mean Walmart? How is Walmart possibly selling my shit? Huh? Is this even, is this, how does, I don't get it. How is Walmart selling my logo? Is it because they just randomly accept third-party sellers? Walmart has a marketplace where random people can list anything on their site. Well, knock it off, Jasmine Lucky Monday Clothing, whoever you are. Weird. Absolutely weird. Well, sorry, don't buy that. That's not real. Wait, so you guys think this is not gray? How do I... Guys, it's gray. My camera just... I don't know how to fix it. Trying to also... I recorded a book haul today. It looks great. Yes, it looks great. So does that mean that I accurately changed? I accurately did it? Did I accurately fix my lighting? Fix my camera? I took a photo on my iPhone. I'm showing you guys. Ignore the giant spill I have on my mouse pad because I made a mistake. And I ate on my mouse pad and I shouldn't have, but I did. Okay. Gonna hide that. That's my sweatshirt. That's gray as fuck. I think I don't know. My cameras are really hard to color. They're made to film movies, so they're like raw and it's hard. The lighting is hard. It's not even the lighting, guys. I think it's the camera. The lighting, I would say, is like, it is what it is. I'm telling you, it's my camera that is so hard to color correct because you're supposed to go in and like post color correct it. Yeah. More dark gray compared to the pic, for sure. Yeah. Well, I would say in the picture, it's still even lighter gray. Like, it's a little... Like, iPhone's color correcting itself, but yeah. It looks more green. So interesting. Isn't that crazy? Straw-la-la-la. Straw-la-la. I think it's 25. Hoodie looks so comfy. The hoodie is hoodieing. I like... looks dark gray to me. You look beautiful as always. Thank you. Love the lip color. Love these just chatting. Thanks. Wow. Thank you so much. Nestani, think of the 8. Maddie Moon, think of the 21. Nerd, think of the 60. Tactical Titan, think of the 59. Have you seen Rainforest Cafe video from Eddie Burb? No, I don't think I've seen Teddy's. Or not Teddy's, Ted's. Cherry Coke, think of the 6. FD Man, think of the 53. Mr. Kitty Cat, think of the 22. Thank you. Thank you. These glasses are eating. Thank you. I'm trying to really avoid blue light and caffeine lately, so trying to as much as possible. So I finally did my I'm making book content. I was so motivated today, you guys. Actually, not even. I was not motivated today at the beginning. I was rotting the fuck away. Also, I think it's time to take this off. It's time. Goodbye. You'll come back when I'm interested in Valorant. What are we talking about? Oh, rotting away. So okay. You know what? Actually, listen to me. So yeah, I've been a little lost in terms of content. I'm not really playing Valorant anymore, but I'm doing a lot more fulfilling things that I just want to do slightly out of my comfort zone. Like, for example, I took you guys on a road trip. Now I'm going to take you to Rainforest Cafe. I don't know what we're going to do next, but I'm making book content. Okay. I'm really fulfilling my passions right now as I get over my love of Valorant. More so, you know, I'm sure I'll come back to it, but right now I'm not interested. So I was like, what am I going to do today? What am I going to stream? What am I possibly going to do? And so I was like, well, maybe not stream, but what other content can I do? And I had this great idea is I want to read the new Hunger Games book, the most recent, which I haven't read, The Ballad of some something and songbirds and snakes or something. And the movie just came out. I was like, oh, you know what I'll do is I'll read that book, and then I'll watch the movie and I will compare. Look how cute she is. Or just give my opinions. Anyways, I was like, I'm gonna do that. And that motivated me so much. I looked at my nearest bookstore, so close, by the way, less than 5 minutes away, that literally lit a fire underneath me. I immediately jumped out of bed, got ready, went to the bookstore, had like the most, it was in heaven. Heaven. Shouldn't you see the movie first? No. What? That is blasphemy. I would never. I will always read a book first before a movie. Always. Wait, is that rare? Books are always better than the movie. Yeah. Book is better. Book is usually better. Book yeah, no. Movie before book, I actually can't do because I'm so uninterested. Because I know where the storyline goes. So I have to read the book first, and then I want to see how well the movie like takes from the book, what it pulls from, did I imagine these things correctly? I love book than movie, personally. So I'm gonna read the book, watch the movie, and film a video on it. But then yeah, that got me out of bed. I went to the bookstore. I spent like $200+ on books today because I really want to start collecting, like creating my library, creating my bookshelf. I don't know where I'm going to store all these goddamn books, but I just filmed a book haul. So if you are interested in book content, I'm going to post all of my book content onto my Jody channel. So if you look up youtube.com/justjody, Jody channel is where I will be uploading all of that. I'm currently trying to download them to my Google Drive, but we'll see. Is it all smut? No, it is not all smut. Contrary to popular belief, I also read other books. I do love smut. But there are some smutty books in there. I did pick up some smutty books, but I also want to talk about a book I just picked up and have been reading. Is it a 1:99 ratio? No. I read lots. So, I've been reading. Has anyone heard of this? Mating in Captivity. So, Esther Perel, is that her name? Esther Perel. I've actually seen her on TikTok. Like I've seen little talk shows and whatever. But anyone? Like, this is like a book that I feel like I've heard for ages. Like it's a hot topic, I think. The book was so enlightening. I agree. What is it about? It is about erotic intelligence. It's basically about domesticity and desire and let me read it. Mating in Captivity invites us to explore the paradoxical union of domesticity and sexual desire and explains what it takes to bring lust home. Drawing on more than 20 years of experience as a couple therapist, Perel examines the complexities of sustaining desire. Through case studies and lively discussion, Perel demonstrates how more exciting, playful, and even poetic sex is possible in long-term relationships. Not only that, but it was just so interesting. It kind of talks about everything under the sun when it comes to lust, desire, and just the talks of sex. It is really good. Like if that interests you at all, I've already like highlighted so much. Well, how many pages is it? It's only 238 pages. So it's, yeah, the science of smut. Do you have any book recs with some pretty writing? I love Song of Achilles, but I cannot seem to find any other similar other than Circe. The first book that comes to mind is Memoirs of a Geisha. I think that was a really full of imagery. A book that is full of imagery, but slightly problematic. The romances, don't read it as it's not a romance story. Also, I've heard that it's not very historically accurate, even though the individual that wrote it studied a lot to write that book. So go in with an open mind, but when I read it, I thoroughly enjoyed it. Really, it is a beautiful book. Like, I wish that it was, or I haven't looked up too much in a long time, so I actually don't know if it is historically accurate or not, but I would say that it's beautifully written. It really is. God, I need to write down my books or something. I don't know. That's the first one that comes to mind. This Is How You Win the Time War is also very well written. That I picked up that book today. It's on my, I have so many books to read. I'm gonna read Ballads of the Songbirds and Snakes next. I'm gonna finish this book. I'm gonna finish Trust of the Emerald Sea. I need to pick up, oh my there's so many books. I got so many books. I have too many books actually. So poetic sex like slam poetry while fucking? No. Slay, think of the 17. Glossing with a 3. Rangaku, think of the 14. Comfy B, think of the 11. Rooney, think of the 15. You have no idea how long it's been since I managed to catch your stream. Don't even care that it is 2 a.m. Well, welcome back, and hope you're having a nice night. Dusty Daisy, think of the 20. Thank you. So I haven't watched Battle of Songbird and Snakes, and that's why I want to read it. It's kind of like I've always wanted to read it, but I just, you know, I have so many other books that I want to read, so I put it on the back burner. But now that the movie, I want to watch it, I'm like, okay, this has lit a fire underneath me. I will read the book. Could you maybe make a video listing the books you've read on TikTok? So I just filmed a book haul of what I've bought this month. I'm gonna upload it to my YouTube, youtube.com/justjody, probably pretty soon, and then I'm gonna just start uploading book content to that channel, like either my book reviews or what I've read this month or whatever, because I'd be reading a lot. Would you like to be a K-pop idol? No. Okay, I'm gonna be real about this for a second, okay? Now, I used to be very into K-pop when I was like, I don't know, like 2015, 2016. My mom and I used to share songs. Anyways, I would not want to be a K-pop star, specifically because I think it is a really hard job. You are under public scrutiny at all time. Careful, Jody. No, this is real shit, okay? And this is coming from someone who was a stan back in the day. So I think that it must be really, really hard. I think the hours are really hard. And I think that I think that K-pop stars are honestly overworked. And you don't really get a lot of like, okay, freedom is a harsh word, but you don't have a lot of leeway. And, well, you are overworked. You are. And it's really hard on like I'm sure it's really hard on you mentally and just having a good opinion of yourself, and you have to follow through with this image, you have to stay a certain weight, and it's just things like that. So I wouldn't want to be one, but I absolutely respect the work that goes into it. I also think like you create amazing, great things, but I hope that is fulfilling for those individuals, because that seems really, really, really hard. But yeah. Is it that different from what you do now? I would say so, because I would say I'm my own boss at the end of the day, and I don't think that's how it is for a lot of K-pop stars. I also think like you're kind of not allowed to do anything wrong. You're not allowed to make mistakes. So I think I also just am able to express myself in a number of different ways, and I feel like if you don't fit that image that they're looking for, you're really not allowed to. You're not allowed to like speak your mind on a lot of things. You're not allowed to date people. You're not allowed and like when you do it, it's like you've been dating for 2 years in secrecy, and eventually you're like, yeah, we've been, it's like, it's just a lot. I respect it, but I wouldn't want it for myself. Yeah. Nipper, think of the 31. Zucchini Cat, think of the 9. Benchy, think of the 42. Not Pat, think of the 4. I don't really use Twitch anymore, and I forgot I had this. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. I wouldn't want to be a celebrity either. Yeah, when I think about Sia, dude, Sia did it right. That's, yeah. Or it's just like, even now, I wish I was a VTuber. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that VTubing captures my emotions very well, but like, yeah. To train for years and then be called talentless for one off-key note is so... Yeah, you train for literal years until you debut. And sometimes you don't even get to debut. Like, it's just hard. Weasel, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you. Welcome in. Ulysses, thank you for the 9. Mary's Luna, thank you for the 7. Lol, ha, thank you for the 6. Welcome back. ACL, oh my gosh. ACL surgery? Damn. Oh my. I'd like to hear you talk with Corpse on a podcast about the subject on fame. That would be so interesting. Why Corpse in particular? You know what I did not know? I did not know that Corpse did audiobooks. I just learned that like 1 week ago. It's like, what? That's amazing. And they're like, yeah, that's how he started. I'm like, God damn, duh. I'm like, I have to go listen. Like, I can't, it's probably so fucking good. Apparently, like, it's kind of thrillers or horror. I don't know. He does. See, I didn't know either. I'm like, yes. That's like perfect. That's perfect. But I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know anything about it. I heard it in passing. That's how I found him years ago. Literally so fucking cool. That is so... He's cool to me. Like, I do love the guy. You talk about the creepypasta videos or like actual audiobooks. So I know he did creepypasta, but the people that I was talking to about it said they did actual book read, that he did actual book reads, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anything. Dylan, thank you for the 14 months. And King, you said they were the 52. Welcome back. Thank you. I used to listen to scary stories on YouTube when I was younger. Crazy. Actually crazy. Hope you're having a calming night. I am. I'm having a really good night. Would you recommend a Kindle for beginning readers or to buy real books? Well, if you are a beginning reader and you don't, like, if you don't know if you even like reading yet, I would just buy a book. Because then if you don't like it, you can just donate it or like give it to a friend or whatever. But if you know you love reading, then personally, I really do love my Kindle. But there's also something so amazing about having a hard copy of a book. So I personally like both. I do read on both. I read most on my Kindle specifically because I travel a lot and I finish books really fast. So one thing I love about my Kindle is like I'll finish a book and then be able to read the next one and read the next one. I never have to worry about grabbing another book. I also really like my Kindle for like when I am in public or whatever, because I don't have to like have the perfect lighting. My Kindle is the perfect lighting. But when I am just like sitting at home and stuff, or like if I'm really immersed in a book and I want to annotate, like this book, I wanted to annotate in this book, or like you can already see I've highlighted, then I love the physical copy. But yeah, I think once you know that you love reading, then you could probably go to a Kindle. But for now, I would really recommend real books. If you get distracted easily while reading, the hard copy books are better. I read From Blood and Ash because of you, and oh my god, I loved it. I started reading again 2 weeks ago. It was my first book in years. Oh, interesting. So I think From Blood and Ash is okay. When you're finished with that, read the sister series, A Shadow in the Ember, Flesh and Fire series. I can't explain to you. That's my favorite fantasy series. It is. Yeah. What are the things you annotate in books? Well, this one in particular, well, okay, I don't want to write in a book, but I want annotation notes. But this one I actually just highlighted and then wrote notes in my phone because I just bought the things, they haven't come in yet. So I've been highlighting right now, but I just like things, or though I have a system. So like yellow is new things that I like ponder. Orange are things that I agree with. Purple are things that it's an epiphany that I'm like sad about. I'm like, oh, that's so true. Like I have a system for myself when it comes to highlighting. But yeah, repeat what our favorite series is. Okay, my favorite fantasy series is like a guilty pleasure is A Shadow in the Ember. That's the first book of the Flesh and Fire series. It's a sister series to From Blood and Ash. I love it. I love it. You use Goodreads or Storygraph? You know, I'm not very good about using either of them. I have them, but I really need to. So, would you say fantasy is the way in for beginner readers? I keep saying I want to read, but every book I read gets so bored and just return. Oh, I mean, I wouldn't specifically say fantasy. There's just a genre out there for everyone that you pick. It could be science fiction, it could be fantasy, it could be young adult, it could be graphic novels, it could be anything. So that's on you to find. But yeah, I love fantasy so much. You guys know that about me. How do you get into annotating? I've wanted to start, but I just don't know how. I think it's kind of like, well, sometimes it depends on the book for me, because sometimes I'm reading for pure entertainment, sometimes I'm reading to learn, sometimes I'm critically thinking more about a book. So I think it's more about the intention. At least for me, I sit down with an intention with a book. So sometimes, yeah, like I said, I'm simply sitting down and reading because I just want to enjoy the book, and I'm not critically thinking. I'm simply just absorbing. So even if it might be bad, I'm like, nice. But yeah, I kind of turn, when I'm critically thinking, I turn on my annotating self, and then the way that I'm used to it is I just buy annotation tabs and you stick them and you write your thoughts. But the thing is, you write whatever you want. You write, and you don't have to do it every page or every chapter. You just, that's up to you. This ain't school. Reading was, when I was younger, was the best. I haven't had enough time to finish them recently. Audiobooks. My mom loves audiobooks. Have you ever... Genji, don't... Have you ever forced someone in the house to read your fantasy series solo book? I've never forced anyone, but I always give Rex. But some people just don't like reading. Like, I tried to have Sydney read One Dark Window, and she didn't like it. But that's because she doesn't like reading. But I think One Dark Window was right up her alley. Like, super interesting magical system. There's like a disease, infection. The whole kingdom is surrounded by mist. There's a mystery involved. There's romance, but also just really fucking good. But yeah, it doesn't matter because I can give these book recommendations, but if you don't like reading, you don't like reading. I ended up giving Peter the book recommendation for Song of Achilles, which he loved. And then I was like, okay, maybe we'll go a completely different route. Like, on an entirely different spectrum, here is Fourth Wing. Tell me what you think. He's like, I hated it. I don't think he finished it. He hated the use of modern day language in it. And I was like, that's fair. I gave A Shadow in the Ember to John, Broden, and Sean because I was like, I want you guys to read something smutty but also really good, and then tell me what you think. So I don't know. They literally haven't. I don't think any of them have finished it. Have you listened to the audiobook of Shadow in the Ember? So I'm currently listening to the audiobook of Shadow in the Ember with John. We've only made it 3 chapters. Damn. I cannot listen to audiobooks. It messes me up if the character doesn't have the voice I imagine in mind. I actually feel super similarly. I don't really like audiobooks. I'm only listening to the audiobook because John is listening to the audiobook. So, but if it was my first time reading, I wouldn't want to. All things great. Think of the 18. If people don't like reading, I firmly believe it's because they haven't found the genre they like. Well, Sydney has aphantasia, so she can't imagine things. She also doesn't have an internal monologue, so I can understand why she doesn't like reading. But I will say that generally, if you have an internal monologue and you have an imagination, you can visualize things in your brain. I do think there's probably a book out there for you. You probably just haven't found the genre. Or like John has ADHD. It's really hard for him to read, you know? I get it. Pink Panda thing with 27. Saw you on John's stream earlier and I died from those conversations. King Weezer thing with a 52. Tiller thing with, I already said those. I have augmentation. I love reading. Interesting. So interesting. Yeah, I mean, everyone's different, you know? Everyone's different. Can I make you a cat beanie? Sure. I would happily accept a cat beanie. I have a P.O. box. I have all of these packages and they just sit in my room because I've yet to open them. I was gonna do an unboxing stream and then I keep forgetting to do an unboxing stream. Reading plays a movie in my head. That's like the whole point for me. Damn, I couldn't imagine it any other way. Yeah, I feel similarly. I will do it. When I have enough boxes, I will do it. Do it now. Yeah, I'd rather make it kind of a thing, you know, but it's not, there's not a lot of, it's 4 boxes. So I'm gonna wait. Only thank you for the 200. Thank you. And for 300. Nelly, thank you for the 20 months. Welcome back. Thank you. With ADHD, you can get fixated on a book and not put it down if you really like it. I think it's hard to get into it in the beginning though, but yeah. I want to read so bad, but I have ADHD too, and it's really hard with everything going on. John really likes audiobooks. I don't know. That might help you, but you ever get creepy shit in the mail? Nope. What version of the Kindle do you have? I have the Kindle Oasis, and I've had it for what, 4 years now? Yeah, and I do really like it. The current lip gloss that I am wearing is the Makeup by Mario Moisture Glow Plump Lip Serum in the color Rose Glow. One of my favorite products, but stupid expensive. Reading with ADHD for me is either vivid imagination and immersion or rereading a page and giving up because I don't get it. Oh, interesting. What is your go-to pick-me-up book? I don't reread books generally. The only book I've ever reread is A Shadow and Ember because I wanted this like second or third book was coming out, so I wanted to like catch up on it. But yeah. But the address, my PO box is listed down below in my panels. What color do you want? I don't know. Cream? White? Black? Something neutral? What book you're reading right now? I'm holding it. Right now I'm reading Mating Captivity. I'm almost done. Janet got me this really cute bookmark for my birthday with my initials. Look, and you like stick it. I know, it's cute. What's crazy is she hasn't given it to me. So Broden ended up grabbing dinner with her, and she gave it to Broden to give to me. And literally yesterday, my bookmark fell in my bath. And I was like, fuck, I'm gonna have to get a new bookmark because it was paper. And I have other bookmarks, but I just was like, oh, fuck. Okay, the bookmarks I have are on display. Broden comes home, not even an hour later, with my gift in hand. I unwrap it. It's a bookmark. And I message Janet. I'm like, Janet, I literally an hour ago dropped my bookmark in the bath, and Broden shows up with my birthday gift, and it's a bookmark. Is that not crazy? But it's cool. It like, you put it on a corner. Okay, sorry, struggling to put it on at this. It did feel like fate. Hard to do this while showing you. You just stick it in like that and shoop. Just boom. Is that not cool? But yeah, this is a current book I'm reading. It's called Mating Captivity. It's about... It kind of honestly just talks about desire and lust, and it's very enlightening. It's just really good. Like, I'll even just find one of the things I highlighted. Ooh, you know, wait, okay, I have one in mind. I actually just talked about this one with the thing I recorded, but okay, literally the second page of the introduction, I highlighted this. We all share a fundamental need for security, which propels us towards committed relationships in the first place. But we have an equally strong need for adventure and excitement. Modern romance promises that it's possible to meet these two distinct sets of needs in one place. Still, I am not convinced. Today, we turn to one person to provide what an entire village once did: a sense of grounding, meaning, and continuity. At the same time, we expect our committed relationship to be romantic as well as emotionally and sexually fulfilling. Is it any wonder that so many relationships crumble under the weight of it all? It's hard to generate excitement, anticipation, and lust with the same person you look to for comfort and stability, but it's not impossible. I invite you to think about the ways you might introduce risk to safety, mystery to the familiar, and novelty to the enduring. I'm like, speaking facts. I'm like, dude, that's so true. We used to have a whole ass village, and now there's only one person. But it talks about, it's called Mating in Captivity, but it does talk about just like desire in long-term relationships and how, it talks about everything. It talks about like fantasy. It talks about relationship dynamics. It gives you like real life examples, couples that she's talked to in therapy. It talks about, it's good. Mating mating in captivity. So if you're curious on just like, I don't know, it just gets your mind thinking. And I do love books like this. Is the author? The author is a psychotherapist. Also fluent in 9 languages, which is crazy to me. Like, how are you fluent in 9 languages? Like, you're different. You're different. Bro, thank you for the 7. Welcome back. Good, just chatting rhymes. Thanks. We have read along streams, Jody. Well, you could read along with me, but I can't read it out loud. I have always had ADHD. I recently discovered that I also have vision problems since I was 10. So during that time when I was reading, the words were all blurry, and I thought it was because of my lack of concentration, but no, it was because my vision was absolute dog. That's like John. Dude, John, okay. John forgets his glasses, his ADHD. He'll forget his glasses, then he can't see. But it's fine. I also just didn't think I thought his vision wasn't that bad. He never would talk to me about it. So John, we go to Korea, he gets contacts. He's like, oh, great. Whoa, this is crazy. I'm like, great. He's looking at me from across the table. We're at a restaurant, across the table, mind you. And he's texts me, because we're in public, we're other people. And he texts me, he says, Jody, you look so beautiful right now. It's great to finally be able to see you. I'm like, what do you mean finally be able to see me? It's from across the table. How bad has your vision been that you cannot see me from across the table? So I didn't fucking know how bad his vision was. I don't even think he knew. It was just his reality. Anyways, contacts have been absolutely life-changing for John. He's been able to fucking see, not just me, but also far. John will be like, wow, it's so much easier for me to be present because I can see. Because usually everything was blurry and it would make me go into my mind, and then I'm like, dude. So yes, so he was like, I can't drive at night because I can't see. I'm like, only at night? Only at night? Are you sure? He was living in his mind palace. He was living in his fucking mind palace for too long, for 26 years of his life. And now, yeah, I don't know. Bristol Day, think of the Prime. What do you mean he didn't realize he didn't see shit? I asked myself the same question. I don't know. Man was blind and just said, this is my life. Near, but I think with 18. I don't know if he's near or farsighted. I think he's probably, I don't know. He was just manifesting you were beautiful this whole time. No, I was like, okay, so one time John and I were, when was this? I don't remember. I didn't have makeup on, okay? And John has told me, he was like, something that really stood out to me about you was that you were just really like, I found you so beautiful without makeup on. Not you're beautiful with makeup on, but I just couldn't stop looking at you because you're beautiful without makeup on. And when he told me that, I was like, yeah, because I had a real life filter on. You couldn't fucking see me. What was I not just blurry? I didn't say that, but I did think it. I was like, so you just can't see. But honestly, it's probably to my benefit because I'd probably look a little better with like a nice little blur on me. So that's fine. It's fine. He still thinks I'm pretty. That's all that matters. Ooh, hold on. I'm going to add something to my panels. Oop. Add image. Download. Beep. Submit. I think that uploaded. Cool. Okay. Oh, walking self insta filter. Dozer, thank you for the 32. Love your wings, are so pretty. Thank you. I'll be taking with a 15. Did I say this nearby? I think with 18. I think I did. I don't want to miss anything, but okay. This explains his insane monitor setup. He needs it 2 inches away from his face. Yeah, literally. Yeah. I'm reading a book called Mountain Is You, and it's about preventing self-sabotage, and I can't finish it, which is like self-sabotaging my mind. Wait, I want to read this. I'm cross my fingers. I'm or knock on wood. I do not self-sabotage. But John does, and I want to read it to like learn more about it. It's really good. Ooh, okay. Wait, hold on. Book call. I'm trying to get this to my editors. Guys, I've been busy. I've been filming shit. So I filmed I did a book call. And then guys, guess what I did? I'm very proud of. I finally have done it. Drum roll, please. I filmed my second podcast episode. So, yeah, I did it. Eventually, I'm getting to it. I'm trying to figure out a system for myself, as usual. As you know, I do have a playlist for all of these songs. It's called Back to Autumn. It's my most listened to Spotify playlist. I will send it. I loved the first one so much. Well, thank you. So the second one is on its way. The topic is self-love. So I don't know when it will be out. Oh, I need to That's what I need to do. I need to remind Hey Siri, remind me in 4 hours to film the beginning intro of my podcast. So yeah, it's all about self-love and my journey with self-love and things I've learned or things that I'm still working on. And I hope that you guys like it. If you guys don't know where to find my podcast, you can listen to it literally anywhere. It will be Spotify, YouTube, Apple. It's called Open Book with Quarter Jade. If you're curious. If you haven't listened to the first one, what did I talk about in the first one? Oh, the first one I talked about social media and my relationship with social media. And just everything like that. But it took so long, I forgot they had... No, so the thing is... So my podcast is, to me, right now, it's just like a passion project. I don't know where I'm going with it. I don't know what I want to do. I was talking to someone and they were saying that I should create... Apparently a lot of people upload their podcast to Patreon or something. And then you upload it to Patreon and then you give exclusive content. And I was like, oh, that sounds really... Well, okay. There are things that I wouldn't want to talk about unless it is with... How do I say this? You know how I upload or how I talk like this sometimes and I turn off chat? It's like there are things that I want to talk about, but I don't know. I don't know the best. I don't exactly. There's some motherfuckers in here. We taking my shit. Putting it in weird places. So I'm not sure. I'm debating it. We'll see. Can you share where you got what style of the glass? These are, I just got them on Amazon. They're blue light glasses. I was just thinking about the podcast today, though I was hoping for a new episode. Well, new episode coming so soon. So soon. Yeah, think of the 27. Tuatara, think of the 25. Welcome back. Separate YouTube channel or posting it on the side. So it gets uploaded to the Just Jody channel. The clickbait they make out of your streams is crazy. I know. This is how you lose the time war? No, but I just bought it today, which is crazy that you... Dude! Books that people have been talking to me today about, they're like, oh, have you read this? Did you do this? So I literally today bought Red Rising and This is How You Lose the Time War. Let me see. I need to be influenced. What lip product color are you wearing right now? So I'm wearing the Makeup by Mario Moisture Glow. Color Rose Glow. Yeah, I've heard great things about Red Rising. Do the glasses help you much? Have you noticed a big difference? So I'm really in like taking care of myself in the best possible way. And I'm basically always around screens. So I'm trying to really avoid blue light and no caffeine. So I haven't drank caffeine for maybe a month now. The thing is though, I'm kind of naturally fucking wired all of the time, you guys. Like I just am. I don't know. I wake up and I'm like, and it's really hard for me to fall asleep. And I don't know what is happening in my body, but yeah. So I don't really need caffeine. Like I'm not addicted to it and I don't need it. So I was like, well, I might as well just not drink it because it's technically not really, the greatest for you. So I don't do it. I don't drink it. So then another thing that I was like, okay, well, I want to be better about blue light. So I'm trying to not have like any blue light and just see how my sleep is, or not any, but more like reduce blue light. And before bed, I put on these giant yellow goggles so that when I so that I try, I don't know, I just don't want it to affect my sleep. So I'm trying to really get good sleep and floss and do all the things I need to do for myself. Slayanta, thank you for the 34. Kayla, thank you for the 27. No, I look like they're like goggles you wear when you like do, I don't know, like when you mow the lawn. Not mow the lawn, like in wood shop. They look like that, but they're really, really tinted orange. So, yeah. They look like safety glasses, but they're not really safety glasses. They're just... Yeah, that's great to hear. Self-care is underrated. The thing is, like, it's like, all of these things, all of these things you're supposed to do for yourself. You're supposed to drink a lot of water. You're supposed to get at least 7 hours of sleep. You're supposed to, not consume or not be in front of your phone before bed. You're supposed to floss. You're supposed to work out. There's so many supposed to's. It's like, I know it in the back of my mind, so that when I don't do it, I feel slightly guilty. But I think for the most part, I do take care of this body I have, but I could always be better. So yeah. Wait, it's really cute, you guys. There's this app called Finch, and it's a little bird, and you set all of these goals for yourself, and the bird grows as you do it. And it's like, it's really cute because it's like, I can't lie to the bird. So I have all these goals, and it's like stretch, floss, say one thing I'm grateful for before bed, perform a 3-minute. There's so many goals you can pick. They give you goals, you can make your own, and you can name it, and yeah. But yeah, it's called Finch. I don't know. Another app that I've been using recently is called I Am. It's just positive affirmations, and you just scroll through, and it's like, I am resilient and also deserve rest. There is so much love in my life. And well, your reality is your perception, is it not? So I'm really trying to work on that. But it gives you like, you can set up notifications, and it will notify. I think it notifies me every like 2 hours to read a positive affirmation. So it's always good. It's always good. I have that app too. I love it. You work out as well. So, I fucking hate the gym. I hate the gym. What I do is I walk on my walking pad and I read. And it's enough for me. I can't with the gym. I actually cannot. It's like that saying where like, it's okay, your enclosure's just not stimulating enough. I fucking hate the gym. And that's okay. The gym is not for me. I am not meant to wake up and go to the gym every morning. But like, I would rather do something or an activity or whatever, or walk on my walking pad. And that's fine. The gym, that's the worst enclosure. I hate it. What do you not like about it? I don't like that I'm touching things that everyone else has touched and not clean, and it's dirty, and that I then can't touch myself. I just don't like to be perceived by 20 different people at one time. I don't like to I just don't like it. It's smelly. I just, and then like, I don't like that I can't immediately shower. I could, but I won't because I have to take care of all my shit. Like, I hate that I have to go get in my car and then drive somewhere and then drive all the way back and then shower and I just don't like the gym. I'm just not a gym girl. Just not. But what I am, I walk, I go on my walk pad, or I have little, you know, okay, so they're called Bala, B-A-L-A. They sell they're aesthetically they're really cute workout equipment. You should look them up, B-A-L-A. I have the green set. So I have like a little 25-pound bar. I have a little circle, 10 pound circle. Yeah. There's these little weights, freehand weights. I love them. They're cute. I leave them in my room. Great. What is it called? B-A-L-A. B-A-L-A. Don't underestimate the power of a walk. That's what I'm saying, you guys. It's fine, you know? Majority of the reasons there could be solved by having a private gym session or a home gym. No. The thing is, I don't want to. And I don't want to do things I don't want to do. And that's okay. Instead, I'm just going to do the things that I want to do or find a way to achieve the same thing in my own way. And I don't want to go to the fucking gym. But you know what I would do? I would go to a night class. I could go to like a night Pilates class. I know that. I'm just a night owl. I don't want to go to the fucking gym at 7 a.m. I'd rather die. But I will go to the gym weirdly at like 11 p.m. I would. Less people. I just like, I don't know. I thrive in the night. So I would go to like some sort of workout class at night. Yeah. But the thing is, you just got to do whatever works for you. It's fine. Yeah. I'm comfortable. I'm happy with doing what I'm doing. You don't need to go in the morning. I will never. Well, I don't even want to go at night. The thing is, I don't want to go to the gym. Don't want to go to the gym. The gym is like it's my nemesis, I'd say. But I used to go to the gym and I used to do like night yoga class with my friends in high school and stuff. I just don't like it. Home gym is expensive. One day when I have moved out, and I'm crossing my fingers and I'm manifesting this. One day when I have 2 acres of land, horses, and I have a pond on my property and there's ducks that come every day, and I have a giant space allotted for a home gym, then I will invest in that. But until then, I will not. No. 9 kids? No. Dear God, no. Fancy, think of it as 17. Miguel, think of it the prime. Solianta, think of it. I just haven't. I think of it 34. Manifesting that for myself as well. Yeah, man. It's possible. It's possible. Where'd you get your glasses? Amazon. To have a home gym is a dream. Yeah, I would rather just do work on my yard. That's what I want. Like, I want to just mow the lawn, I guess. Yeah. Like, I'm fine with that. Or like weed. Wow, I just got flashbacks to when my dad used to make me go outside and weed all of our entire lawn, and then until I was done, I couldn't go play. Anyways, I would. I just don't lift weights, move firewood. Literally. Like, a home gym is like, well, I gotta like the gym, and I don't like the gym. So. Oh yeah, I don't know how to, Lincoln? I don't know how to pronounce your username. Gave me a really great idea. So something I'm gonna do is judge a book by its cover, and I'm gonna go into a bookstore and buy a book solely based on its cover. Probably in the fantasy genre only though. Or science fiction or something like that. And then I will read it and do a review. And I will upload it to my Jody channel. Wait, also, I don't know if I just uploaded this today. If you guys are interested on the Jody channel, we uploaded my Get Ready With Me with my high school friends. So if you guys missed the Halloween Get Ready With Me stream, so if you look up Jody, even if you just look up Jody on YouTube, it's, I think for me, it's the first thing that pops up, but the channel is at Just Jody. It is... Oh. It is, it's this. Boop. And if you want the link, boop, there you go. How much time do you spend a day reading usually? Ooh, that varies. That really varies. I can spend literally 10 hours a day reading, or I only get to read like right before bed, or not at all. Depends on my day. I don't know if you've talked about it, but do you have any plans to do more podcast episodes? I just recorded my second episode yesterday. So technically, yes. Do you read while you're on the toilet? No. I don't get this. My brother growing up used to just like lock himself in the bathroom for hours. I don't want to be in the bathroom. I don't want to be on the toilet. I learned that's how you get hemorrhoids. Like the pressure. I don't know. I don't want to do that. Like I don't want to do that. Well, no, stop. Okay, no, he was reading. My family and I used to have talks about it. He's like, no, I just like to read because it's like my quiet time, and then I poop and I read. We're like, no, I don't get off the toilet. Like I don't like it. Yeah, maybe it's the guy thing. No, I've heard many guys do that. And I'm like, I don't want to be on the toilet. I don't want to read on the toilet. I literally like, I don't even want to be on my phone on the toilet. I literally go and I'm out. I used to do that too until someone told me I was sitting in dookie air. You are. Like, I don't get that. I don't know. It's not for me. Andre, I think it was 28. So yeah, I do not read when I'm in the bathroom. I only read when I'm in the bath. The glasses are from Amazon. You were so tan in that pic. Yeah. I used to, like, everyone used to get fake tans in high school. Like, even spray tans. I honestly blame Jersey Shore for that. But, yeah. It's actually really, really bad for people to do that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the pressure gives you a hemorrhoid. Or something. Like, it's bad for you to sit on your toilet for a long period of time. Remember that the next time you're sitting on your toilet. Like, get up. How do you pick a book to read? Well, I do use Storygraph for that because it just gives me recommendations based off of books I've read or like. Or I watch... Who do I go to? There's this one... Okay, for me to say this, guys, you have to know how important this is. I do not consume content. Remember that. What is his name? Problem is, I also am really bad with names. But I will find this individual somehow, some way. Switch to my other account. It's a booktuber, yeah. What is his name? It's terrible. I don't remember shit about anyone. How do you guys remember names? Like, I don't... How do you guys know? Jack Edwards. It does start with a J. Yes! Thanks. Wow. Thanks so much. Jesus Christ. So I really like Jack Edwards' YouTube videos. I would say I watch a lot of them, and if I need book recs or anything like that, I'll just like go to one of his videos. We're parasocial. But if you guys haven't, if you really like book content, I would highly recommend. His name is Jack Edwards. I just like, I love the way in which he talks and the books he reads and the recommendations he gives. So I watched him years ago because he used to do study tips for UK exams. Oh, what the fuck? Well, now he does book stuff. Where's... I can't believe he has an official library. Wait, like the... What do you mean official? I need to finish... Oh my god, you changed it. Aversi, were you... I recognize that color anywhere. Were you Peony or whatever? Oh my god. He has a... That's... Yeah, so I guess that's crazy. That's crazy to me. That's my goal. No, that's my goal. I want to own my library. I want to own my library. I want over 1,000 books. He's living my dream. I need to finish Iron Flame. I just finished Iron Flame. I think I might just film a whole video on that because I have many thoughts. Brother Fab, thank you for the 73 months. Welcome back. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Dialects, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Thank you. The fact that you knew off of their color is amazing. The fact that you just knew off of their color is amazing. You're really the only one. I mean, this is it's like kind of a ugly yellow. like it's not like a no like. She's gonna call it. it's like you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Like no, not a lot of people are actively choosing that color. That's all. But no, don't change it. Claim it. It is piss yellow. But hey, you own that. That's your color. Nikki, think of the 55. So Jody's slowly morphing into a booktuber. That's my dream. That's my dream. Let's just read books and talk about books. That's all I want to fucking do. Honestly, I bought this new purse because I wanted a brown purse. But then I was like, oh my god, this is the perfect book bag. And you know, the fact that I'm thinking it, I'm getting there, you guys. I'm really sad though, because the image online showed it to be kind of like this, which I thought is 10 times cuter, but it doesn't sit like that. I guess it kind of does. I'll own it. Own it. Anyways, is this not the perfect bag for a book? So. I will watch whatever content you agree. Well, thank you so much. All I read is post-colonial literature, so I can't read a lot because it gets super heavy and starts affecting my mental health. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That is fair. Dare I say, a book bag. By the way, your summer party stream was 10,000 amazing. Yeah, did you guys like it? I'm having a lot more fun with my content. I feel like I am creating or trying to create content that I used to. Like what I just used to do before I was a Valorant player. And don't get me wrong, I love Valorant. I'm glad that I did it. I'm glad that I kind of limit tested myself and whatever. But the slumber party stream was like, it felt like me in 2017. So I want to do more things like that. I'm trying to think of more themed things because the slumber party is like such an easy, fun theme that it easily falls into. So I've been brainstorming, but summer party stream inspired me. Well, yeah, and I gotta highlight my collaboration with Hear Me Raw, which, hey, I don't know if has anyone used it? I know I don't know if anyone in chat has. People have been tweeting at me. So for those of you that don't know, do I even have a, well, if you scroll down to my panels, I love it. Actually, I used it. I loved it. Yay. It's so smooth and nice and it smells good. I love it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So if you guys don't know, I collaborated with Hear Me Raw, which, God, I already talked about this a little bit on our slumber party, but I really do believe in Mike Endersky's vision, like beauty for all, that's good for you, and beauty that's good for the planet. And I just, when I heard about the refillable packaging, I'm like, I had an almost aha moment, maybe like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, whenever I started using it. I was like, I can't believe that more things are not refillable, that they are just single-use plastics. Like, for example, I talk about this all of the time, how this is one of my favorite products, makeup products for my lips, and I think it's so expensive, and for like how little product I get. And I was just thinking about like, oh, I'm just buying this and throwing this away. Like, I wish that things were refillable pots. It's cheaper for you over time. It's better for the planet. I'm like, damn, I can't believe things haven't caught up to this. But yeah, so not only that, but I also I love the face mask. And I'm so happy to hear that you guys also love it. I loved it so much. The smell, it's so smooth. Like, yeah, I was literally like the other night when we did the face mask, I kept looking at Broden and I'm like, Broden, your skin looks so good. Your skin looks so good. I think another thing that I really, something I love is introducing men to skincare, because I get it. Like, skincare was never advertised for you, okay? And I would say just really now we're getting into this. We're getting there, right? And it makes me think about how like video games weren't really advertised for women when I was growing up. And then, you know, you're bringing them in. So it's an entirely new area. And so men's skin, I don't want to drag them, but a lot of my friends, their skin is not the greatest, but like I'm kind of starting with like a blank slate, and so to see the absolute just difference when they actually put a little bit of effort, or when they use this face mask for the first time, when generally they don't really take care of their skin, I'm like, you look amazing. And I keep complimenting them because I'm like, no, you don't understand, this face mask changed your skin, like you look amazing, you look great. And I try to like tell them that over and over because I'm like, use it. I want to try it so badly, but I am afraid because of my sensitive skin. I too have sensitive skin, which is, you guys know that about me. When am I not itchy? I don't know. So thankfully it is made with sensitive skin in mind, but also if you do use it, don't ever forget to patch test. Okay. Is it good for oily skin? Yeah, so it does a lot of things. I've talked about that. I'm gonna get really technical here. I've talked about this already, but it does a lot of things. So first, exfoliates. So there's lactic and phytic acid in it. It's also lemon peel, all exfoliating your skin. Basically exfoliating, for those of you who don't know, it's basically just taking dead skin cells off your face so that all of the new skin cells can come out and get rid of that dullness, bring out that brightness. It's just regenerating your skin cells, right? So you get rid of like dark spots faster. You get rid of your maybe hyperpigmentation or uneven skin tone, all of that faster. So it's just renewing it. How often should you use it? So that's up to you. That's actually literally up to how much you want to use it. You could use it like literally every day, morning, night, whatever. I think I would recommend like at least 3 times a week. So the great thing about it is like, yeah, it's literally, you can use it as much or as little as you want, but you will notice instantaneous results, like in terms of hydration, because there's like there's chlorophyll and a type of blue-green algae in it that will help with just natural hydration, but also it has a bunch of antioxidants in it. So antioxidant, I'm going to give you the whole skin shebang right now. So antioxidants we really like because antioxidants protect your skin from free radicals. Free radicals are basically just really fast moving molecules because of the oxidation chemical reaction. Doesn't matter. Whatever. Don't listen to that. It's a lot. Basically, free radicals are everywhere. They affect your skin. They are the cause of like premature aging, or yeah, I know it's a lot of big words. Basically, there's antioxidants in a face mask in a lot of different skincare, but this mask specifically has it. It has chlorophyll, the blue-green algae in it, spirulina. It has matcha green tea in it. So there's a lot going on in this mask. So I would say, like, if you're using it short term, like maybe you want to use it once a week, you'll see results. But if you use it 3 times a week for a month, there's just, the thing about skincare, you guys, is it's not about instant gratification, which I know is really hard. Even though this mask, you will see a difference, especially if you don't do any skincare right afterwards, like you saw it on stream, like Sydney brought it, whatever. But if you use this for a month, you will be like, oh, I fucking get it. I get it. I promise you. But that's with anything. If you were to moisturize and put sunscreen on for a month, you'd be like, oh my God. So you use this mask, you'll use it 3 times a week, 2 times a week for a month, I promise, because it has bakuchiol in it. And everyone's like, hee hee coochie. Once we get past that, bakuchiol is a natural replacement for retinol. And you've probably heard that zinger word. You're like, oh my God, retinol, blah, blah, blah. A lot of people are really scared of retinol because retinol can be really irritating for skin. It's also a little harder to get into. It's a little intermediate, okay? But then if you go to if you use bakuchiol, it's really good for people with sensitive skin. I would say that is kind of taking over the skincare industry right now. Like that's like all the craze. Bakuchiol is the next. Yeah, it literally all natural anti-aging vitamin A without the toxic effects of a retinol. Literally, I'm pretty sure it's a flower. It's like these tiny little kind of pink red flowers, but you use it for a month and you'll notice that your skin will be like reduced fine lines and wrinkles. It will be like the more even of a skin tone. Overall, like, yeah. You look so mommy with those. Thank you, Kaide. Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing. I've tried retinols and it was an experience. Retinols are hard to get into. But yeah, if anyone wants these glasses from Amazon, like I said, I'm really trying to reduce my blue light consumption. I'm really trying to take care of myself lately. Yeah. And I would say it's paying off. My sleep is better. I feel better. Walking on my walking pad for an hour a day is like crazy how much of a difference. It's like someone earlier in chat was like, don't knock out a walk. Whatever. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, I'm like, damn, I feel good. I feel so much better. But yeah.
I was in Bed Bath and Beyond and I saw a loofah and thought, I'll never own that.
A loofah?
So girly. Then
oh.
Later I was in a Target and saw a loofah that was black and dark blue. I bought it because it looked manly. Turning men into women's products is easier than you think.
Dude. I buy loofah that's black. I think that's very fair, and I think that's such a problem with skincare is that it wasn't advertised for you. It wasn't, I would say just about now. But the thing is that I try to keep reiterating and tell you guys is that skincare is for everyone. You have skin, and personally, I feel the best when my skin is healthy. I'm able to like take a step into the world with confidence, and you might not be like that, and that's fair. But to the people that are like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. I am self-conscious about my skin. I want it to be better, but I don't know where to start. I'm here for you, and I will always try to give you advice and in the easiest way to take it. And someone earlier said, I thought retinol was good for your skin. Can you expand? And okay, retinol is great for your skin. I would say it is one of the holy grails of skin care. It basically does everything, but it is a little harder to get into. You do have to be a little bit more diligent, and you have to wear sunscreen and all of that stuff. So bakuchiol is again a natural anti-aging. It has a vitamin A in it, which is what retinol is, a vitamin A, but less irritation. So again, if you are going to use it, you should always follow up with sunscreen and everything. Have you tried tretinoin? So I actually really wanted to start my tretinoin journey. I would say tretinoin is like, okay, so here's retinol, here's tretinoin. This is getting really complicated, and I don't want to scare you from skincare. You know that cat meme with the big cat and a tiny little cat, and one is buff and one is baby? Baby is retinol, okay? And then big cat is tretinoin. Tretinoin, your skin will purge, you'll go through really dry, but then after all of that, it's very strong, and your skin will basically be great. So I actually was on tretinoin. I was gonna do my purge. I think I did it maybe 3 months ago, and then, well, as you guys know, I'm creating my own. I can't believe I'm saying this. I actually can't even believe it. I'm creating my own skincare line, and so I decided I don't want to do my tretinoin journey yet, because I need to make sure that my product really hits, and I don't want to affect my results, and I want to make sure that my skin is as it is now, because tretinoin will definitely affect all of that. Yeah, I'm actually so excited. I am really it honestly is my North Star. So it keeps me going. No. I mean,
Talk about how you're gonna do it.
yeah.
I
Hi.
use skincare products.
Oh yeah.
Face.
My mask. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that shit
Thank you
was
so
good.
much.
I'm excited.
Yeah. I think they ship out. I gave a bunch to my friends. If any of my friends are listening and they want one, you let me know. It should ship out. I think you should be getting your jar at like in maybe a day, 2 days.
Sweet. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I like that it's the
Refillable.
refillable jar.
I know.
That shit lit.
God. So I just talked about this. So basically, I met up with Hear Me Raw. Like I want to say it was 2 years ago, and that was when I had the epiphany moment where I was like, I can't believe more beauty / skincare products are not refillable.
Yes.
Like everything is single use plastic, and it makes me sad.
Just a
It
bunch
makes
of
me sad.
waste.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. How are you?
Good. I just had a revelation, so
What's
I
up?
was coming in to talk about it because we talked about it the other day.
Okay.
I was walking downstairs. I was like, I think I'm gonna go get. I'm saying this all out loud. I think I'm gonna go get a snack because I haven't really eaten today, have I? Yeah, I don't know. I think I should eat something. Well, maybe I'll get this because I don't know. Blah, 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 blah. And I was like, oh my God, it's because I don't have an internal monologue that I walk around talking to myself all the time. You don't do that.
Well, no, I literally, I just said that to you 2 days ago when we were on the podcast. I was like, that's probably why you talk to yourself
I know.
outside.
It was like it clicked. You know how I'm always like, okay. You don't
No,
have to-
I know.
I do this thing with Jody where I go, okay, you don't have to listen or like pay attention to any of this, but here's what I'm gonna do today. She looks at me and goes back to her book. And I'm like, okay, so first I'm gonna da-da-da, and then afterwards I'm gonna da-da-da. And then once I do that, then I can da-da-da-da.
Gonna pull up a seat. So Sydney learns that not only does she have aphantasia, she does not have an inner monologue.
Like, what goes on up there?
So we were trying to describe to Sydney the difference between internal monologue versus no internal monologue. So I don't know what no internal monologue sounds like.
Nothing.
But so
Nothing up there.
So I was trying to describe how my mind works. And chat, correct me if I'm wrong. So for me, I can hear myself think in my voice or in any voice. So my internal monologue could literally be Morgan Freeman. So I could think of any sentence like, today I had a cheeseburger. I just heard that in Morgan Freeman's voice. But I have to read, I have to like, I think in my voice, but it could be anything. I can also play songs. Like I can hear a song. I can literally just play the jukebox in my mind. Like I can hear Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas. Okay, next song. I'm listening to Matt Maltese. Studio Set. Like I hear it almost perfectly. But it's like in their voice. I can hear the instruments, all of that. I can hear SpongeBob's laugh. I can,
Really troubling for me. Because I just don't understand.
Yeah.
Well, it's like I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand how I do the same thing. So how do I hear? I don't hear.
Okay. Okay. Well, technically I'm not hearing in the same way in which I hear you. I guess I don't know. I'm technically hearing it, but not hearing it in my mind.
So how do people with no internal monologue, like myself, music, right? Like
So
when I'm
you
not
can't-
listening to like, okay, would not believe your eyes, 10
Okay.
fireflies, right? Okay, but I don't hear that. Like I don't hear it. I just
so then how do you have
know
something
it.
stuck in your head? Is it only when you verbally?
Yes. So that's why when I get like the hamster dance stuck in my head,
But do you have to sing it out loud for it to be stuck in your head, or can you have it stuck in your head without singing it out loud?
things only get stuck in my head, I think, if I've heard it. I don't just conjure a song stuck in my head. It doesn't come.
Oh.
It has to
When
be
the fuck do you hear the hamster song?
suggested to me.
That's not true. Yeah, you're not hearing the hamster song anymore. That was popular like 20 years ago. So it's
I
stored
think
in there.
That why.
That why.
I'm having a really hard time articulating myself over the last week. I think it has to do with how exhausted I am because I be speaking dumb.
That's okay.
The two that are stuck in my head the most are the hokey pokey and the hamster dance,
Okay.
which has no comment about my intelligence, I'd like to say.
Right.
I think that they're so repetitive and I listen to them so much that
you don't listen, you in your mind, you listen to them so much?
But I don't listen. No, I listened.
Oh.
Like, it was like, oh, the hokey pokey, and you turn yourself around.
Okay.
And hamsters, right? Those are the two that I conjure.
Maybe like because in your formative years, yeah, you listen to them a lot.
A lot, yeah.
Not to say any reflection on her intelligence.
But I don't know. Like, normally when I'm like, oh, that's stuck in my head, I go, were we just listening to that? And it's like, oh yeah, that was played on blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
For more modern music, I would say.
But you couldn't no, because like, can't you just pull up a modern music song right now?
I can, but I don't hear it. Like, oh.
Don't sing it out loud. Pull up a song. All I Want for Christmas by Mariah Carey.
Okay. I don't hear anything. But I just know what it sounds like. Like, I know that song.
I mean, technically I know too.
But you hear it.
It's technically not the definition of hear, I guess, but I quote unquote hear it in my mind. I hear the da 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 da, you know, like the beginning of the song.
Wait, so how do you YouTube video?
I'm sure there is.
Like,
also,
this is what an internal monologue is.
I'm curious, like how do you not read out loud to read things? Because you have, why
I get so distracted. Like, I get so distracted when I'm reading.
But more like, how are you even reading to begin with? Is my question. Because I'm like, how are you thinking of?
It's like thinking music notes and knowing how they sound. Okay. Okay. How do I read? What voice is reading? There is no voice reading the book. It's just. Are you sure though? Well, no, I'm not. That's why I'm.
Bro, just staring at work.
No, because they mean like I know what they mean. There's so many people without internal monologues, and I don't think that all of them are illiterate. I just don't know how to explain how. It's like,
no, this is so fascinating to me that okay.
Maybe it's just a really high pitch. No, it's like, okay, so I read okay, I'm gonna read a sentence.
Okay.
So I read one about, I don't know. It's like I'm not hearing anything. It's just I know the words. Like, I know what the words mean. I know what the sentence means. Like, it's just a concept.
So I can scream out my mind. I just went in my mind. It's not technically any louder, but it has the enunciation of being louder, and therefore it's louder. Yes?
On vibes? No, that's what I'm trying to say. My entire world is conceptual and emotional.
Vibes.
Yeah, like I just be vibing.
Which, okay, so we've talked about this also. To me, because you are based off of vibes, I'm surprised you are not more present. Because that's what confuses me. Like, how are you? It's like your entire DNA is like pushing you to be present.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I would say you're not.
I think it's hard to grasp on to, like, I think a lot of people, when I tell them I have aphantasia, they're like, oh, it should make it easier for you to like focus on something then, because you're not picturing things.
Yeah.
But that's not it. Because I'm not picturing or hearing things, I'm conceptualizing so many things at the same time.
Conceptualizing.
So it's like
things.
I'm listening we're having this conversation, but I'm also thinking about Worlds tonight at the same time. Okay, what does that look like? I'm not visualizing it. It's like, okay, I have Worlds going on, blah, blah. I'm gonna like sit down and I'm gonna watch this and this is what it's gonna go like. I haven't eaten, blah, 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 blah. Here's like another thought bubble. Here's a thought. So here's my main bubble and it just branches. There's so many
Okay,
branches.
I mean, okay, so then I think that it doesn't, to me, I was like, oh, because you are based off vibes, you would be more present. But in reality, you're just like any other person, more so you have tabs open, like we all do.
Yeah.
It's just you're conceptualizing them rather than imagining them.
Yeah.
Okay. That I understand.
Yeah. I would say I'm more present now than I used to be. But I don't think that's a separate change.
I'm gonna watch this video on what it's like living without an internal monologue. Let me think about how to do.
I say things that other people.
Can you hear that, chat?
People probably just think to themselves and just keep in their head, and that's, you know, that's fine. You know, keep it to yourselves. It's probably better. Hi, I'm Olivia Rivera, and I don't have an internal monologue. This is something that's kind of been going around the internet lately. If you've seen it, some people have an internal dialogue or an internal monologue where it's more of a constant stream of thoughts. I, on the reverse hand, feel that my thought process is more like sporadic or random jot notes. It's not my voice talking all the time.
Cindy nods her head.
Lines of thought, and maybe they have voices associated to them or tones associated to them, but not necessarily my voice. If you're typing something on a computer and the lines are just kind of like appearing on the screen, I think that's kind of how my brain works, and that's why jot notes feel like the best way to describe it. When I hear that other people have like a constant kind of dialogue and stream in their head, and that when they're doing a task, they'll just be thinking about things the entire time they're doing a task, it actually kind of feels a little overwhelming. Like, how do you deal with that, and how does that feel? I always thought it was something that people just manifested and made up for movies and books and characters, just to kind of like explain your inner thought process and like have like a way to explain your inner thought process. But I didn't realize that it was actually that constant for people, that people did actually have a little kind of voice in their head telling them different things and what to do and what to think and stuff like that. I don't have that. Sometimes I will just speak it out loud. I find that, especially when I'm alone, I'll just kind of like, encourage myself out loud versus kind of saying it in my head.
Music lyrics come into my head a lot, and I'll hear the music as the singer sings it. So thinking my thoughts.
I want to make sure you're on camera. Cindy says no. Cindy was like, I don't know that one.
I can't relate.
Through before I say something. That is something that I never ever was good at when I was growing up. I'd constantly get in trouble, especially my mom. She'd try to kind of instill in me, no, you have to think before you speak, because I would often put my foot into my mouth and say something that I probably shouldn't have said. As I grew up, it didn't get better. I didn't think before I spoke. It's almost like I just got better at reading the situation subconsciously and knowing what to say and what to respond with. Because I'm not running things through my mind first, it does kind of lose that feel exactly what I'm thinking. I think it is something that we should know more
Tell me
about.
nothing.
Because
I'm gonna be
I think
honest.
Also, I left my dogs to roam the house
I found
alone.
out that not
So
everyone has an internal monologue.
probably can't stay too long.
What I mean by that is, like, they can't hear their thoughts. It was her, and turns out
Tried to do that.
talk
Right.
in my head without opening my mouth. You physically can't do that.
No.
And what would happen if you tried to do that?
I have tried to do that since learning that an internal monologue exists, and I end up speaking out loud to myself. So most of my
Okay, so a lot of people
conversations are
do
out
end
loud.
up speaking to
I
themselves.
feel like this information to the people that can think in their head is a lot more, like, exciting news. I've talked to a few people that can't do this, and they seem less enthused as the people that do have this internal monologue.
Correct.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
All right.
I'm very confused as to why people are so perplexed.
All right,
by
so
it.
the probably most requested question was, how do you read? Like, when I read, I hear the words in my head. I don't know how you could possibly read without not hearing the words.
When I read, I can see the sentence structure. Like in my head, every sentence has a shape, so you can see like the shape of the sentence, and then also like keywords will pop out, and I can file those away into my like concept map. So at the end of reading something, I can have a concept map of the main topics that I read about.
Concept map, yeah.
And I
I would
tend to move
agree.
my lips when I read. So like essentially I'm saying it out
Oh,
loud,
she
but
moves her lips while she reads.
I don't do that.
Oh.
it's in
But it does feel
Wait,
like
maybe-
categorizing. Like, when I read a sentence, I'm like, okay, what is important for me to know from this? Like, get rid of the other words because they don't matter.
So you probably hate books with imagery.
Yes, that's why I don't read.
You could read if it was like heavily dialogue.
I could read if it's heavily dialogue or a lot of like nonfiction. Like, I love nonfiction. Like, if you look at my bookshelf, it's like genetic dilemmas of the 21st century and like just about that kind of stuff. It's not like I can't read the books that you like to read because it's just too much information that means nothing to me. Like, they're all throwaway words and throwaway sentences.
So like, would you? What if it was fantasy built on things you can relate to real life? So like lack of world building, but rooted like the Hunger Games.
Yeah.
Kind of.
I loved the Hunger Games when I was younger. Or like if I've seen, it also helps me if I've seen it first. Like if I've seen a movie and then read a book, because I'm like, okay, I know what Jennifer Lawrence looks like. Now I don't have to
make a
not be able to imagine what Katniss looks like.
Huh.
Yeah. And even though a lot of people get frustrated because they're like, oh, well, Jennifer Lawrence doesn't look like the Katniss I read about. I'm like, she's my Katniss. Like, fuck.
She's my Katniss.
Yeah.
I mean, even I do look up fan art because I also have a hard time just creating someone out of nothing.
Yeah.
And I need kind of a blueprint.
Yeah.
So you're definitely not alone in that. I look up fan art of like what characters look like to kind of consolidate once I have an image. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that was kind of close to what I thought.
Yeah.
Huh. But I was gonna say, like, I can understand why you wouldn't like fiction that's heavily built on like, world building or new entirely monsters. But I would say like the Hunger Games, it makes me intrigued to hear that you like that, because I would say the Hunger Games can tie back into like capitalism and all
I've
that
seen
shit.
It.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you described a new monster to me, I wouldn't be able to do anything with it. Like, unless you were like, it has teeth like a blank and it has ears like a blank, but then I just know it has those things. I can't put them all together on something.
Got it.
It's just not like audible.
So, do you visualize the setting when you're reading a book?
No, it's not like images. It's just the words.
So, do you like reading like fiction books, like where you have to put yourself in a situation?
I never really enjoyed reading,
At
and
all?
I think maybe that's why. Like, I can see the story plot.
Are you a fast reader?
Yes, very fast reader.
We could have a 100-question test. She's done when I'm on question 12. I'm not even kidding. It is
Whoa.
superhuman. It's not fair. How do you know what you're thinking if there's no words?
Because I can see it.
What?
I think that's why this whole thing is going viral, is because people like me can't understand how you get through a day without talking to yourself.
I don't know. I just feel like the information is in there, and I can pull it forward if I want it. Like, it's all just like, it's like files. There's categories of information in my head, and I can pull them to the front.
Okay, so you can't see it, or can you? So
I just have concepts. That's literally all I have.
So she's saying that she can see it. You know what I'm imagining? That's that Spotify test where everyone took and they got a color. Like last year, it was like your playlist or your vibe.
Oh, it's like this aura or whatever?
Aura.
Yeah.
So the way that I am visualizing your brain is not that you can have that color aura or whatever physically, but more like I'm imagining things have auras to you. But I don't know if that's accurate. Like, I would imagine, I would say math. You know how everyone's like, math is the green folder? Or whatever. Blue folder.
I've never heard that before.
Okay, science is green, math is...
That makes sense.
Yeah, like, people's folder have a specific color. That's how I'm imagining you categorize things. But again, it's like not exactly the... You know?
Yeah. I don't know how to explain it. I guess... Oh. I don't know how to explain it.
I don't know either.
Like, if I'm studying, I could like pull things out. But just like if I'm sitting and like I have a thought, or someone is like walking by and I have a thought about that person, I'm like talking to myself about that. Does that not happen to you?
No. If I have a thought, normally I say it out loud.
don't think I do that.
No.
Like, I wouldn't say I just blurt things out.
No.
Never. Hardly ever. I can't think of a time that I've daydreamed, I don't think.
Do you dream?
Oh,
at
we're
night?
okay.
Are
So
they normal
so
dreams?
interesting.
Dialogue in those dreams.
I don't think so, actually.
Yeah, I'm skipping.
Watching
She's a little
Netflix, I'm studying,
different than you.
but I hardly ever I don't just sit there alone.
Do you have any theories on this yourself? / do you even care?
I don't
Is
really
he
care.
ever cheat?
This feels really
I
normal
can't
to
even,
me.
I can't even do this because I can't wrap my head around this. But she is so nonchalant about it, it makes me uncomfortable. I don't.
What? Wait, what?
I don't know, just an everyday life. Just do it. I do, like, if I'm laying in bed at night, like, I have trouble getting to sleep because I can see, like, lists of things I need to do. And in order to make
Well, she
That voice.
what
is
I
constantly
want,
talking, and that
you know
makes
what,
it also
instead,
weird.
Sydney, let's do this. Let's be this guy. I'm gonna sit down, we're gonna go to a college, and I'm gonna be like, so Sydney, augmentation, no internal monologue. And we're gonna do this.
Okay.
We're gonna do a little Q&A.
All right, I'm in.
Because I am intrigued. Okay, hold on, I gotta change audio. Boom, boom, boom. Work? Yes. Huh. If someone is rude to you, do you think verbal insults towards that person or just angry feelings?
It's just feelings. Like, if someone is rude to me, I'm not like in my head, I'm not like, fuck you, you stupid bitch. It's like, I'll either say that, or I'm just like, like my concept is,
Yeah. Can you tell me what a concept is to you? Is that possible to describe? So for example, if I said conceptualize a monster, I guess, what is that enticing from you?
It's like this.
That's a hard question. It is, yeah.
Everything I'm doing right now is just a concept in my head.
Everything you're doing right now is
Our conversation. Like, I'm tracking, how does this conversation make me feel? What is Jody saying to me? What is she expressing? I'm like getting the words, but it's also like, how does this conversation stick with me?
Okay.
You just asked me to conceptualize a monster. The first thing that I do is pull from references that I know. So like, my first thing was like Godzilla.
Okay.
There's no going past that unless you ask me to specify. You're like,
sorry, wait,
conceptualize
what
a
do you
monster,
mean
and I'm
going
like,
past
Godzilla.
that?
Like, that's it. Conceptualize a monster, Godzilla.
Could it be a different monster?
Sure.
Okay.
But if you said, okay, not Godzilla, then I would be like, another monster. King Kong, big monkey.
Ooh, okay, we're going in the same realm.
Yes.
So you kind of
because I'm here, now I'm gonna go here and then probably
okay,
here.
instead go from here and jump. I don't want you to make connections to jump to an entirely different
xenomorphs from Alien. Is that the same?
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, okay.
Can you make another jump?
Somewhere. I mean, this is why I babble, because I don't have. So, like, normally I feel like I'd be doing that in my head, right? Like that's what you would do in your head. I'm gonna make a jump.
Can you try to do it in your head?
All I have is xenomorph. This is what xenomorph looks like. But not really. Like, this is what a xenomorph is. I read a comic book about a xenomorph.
So you have to verbally state it out loud to jump.
No, probably not.
Oh, just in this
I feel
moment.
a lot of pressure.
Oh yeah.
In my brain, and I don't even really know what's going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So.
Well, I just think because you're different, there's nothing wrong. I don't think there's something wrong with you.
No,
I think
I don't
you just
either.
work differently.
It's more so. Like, I'm also at the same time as I'm xenomorph, I'm trying really hard to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. So for me,
another monster is like a big spider.
Interesting that we're big. Can you do the same thing to me, but ask me a different thing to conceptualize, and then I'm going to try to work through how I do this.
Okay. Can you conceptualize forms of magic? Okay.
Immediately I think of like physical magic you can see, like lightning from the palm of a hand. And then I can jump to like Harry Potter where it's a wand. And I'm
Are
now
you visualizing all of this?
Yeah. I literally just imagined like a wand in someone's hand and they're in a robe, so it is Harry Potter. I'm jumping now to like, this is not magic. I guess it is magic. I'm imagining the Force in Star Wars. And now I'm imagining Star Wars. I'm jumping now to like Gen V. Different types of powers / magic systems. But I can also, I can do it silently. Quickly, I guess. Or like when I think of monsters, I went from Godzilla and I was like, okay, make a jump. And then I immediately went to like some sort of creepy, crawly, demonic thing in the night.
But it's not a reference to anything. It's just...
I
for
can
me, it's like
reference.
I have to go Godzilla to the monster from blank to the monster from blank.
Okay. I would say it doesn't have to be, but those are the quickest jumps to be made is when it's a reference because I'm not creating it myself. But I could create it. I guess I am creating the demonic random thing because it's kind of generic enough. But I'm literally just imagining something with like really long arms that are probably bent in certain ways and it's just crawling at you.
So as a concept, I understand that. Like, I know, like, oh, something in the corner of your room, right? Like, it's like hanging from the wall type of thing. But in order for me to, in the same second that I think of that, I'm also thinking of, like, the Doja Cat music video Demon, or the demon from Legion when they're crawling on the walls, or that one scene in Insidious where there's, like, something in the corner.
Yes.
Like, it's not just, like, I brought this up out of nowhere. It's like, okay, now I'm going to compile all of these things that I've seen, and that reminds me of it.
Is it really hard for you to combine Godzilla and giant monster spider?
In my head, it's just Godzilla with spider legs.
Okay, yeah. I was also thinking the same thing.
Yeah, but I don't see it. I just
But
know.
you do, I
No.
guess.
No.
You see it in your own way.
Yeah, I don't see it. It's not like I close my eyes and I see Godzilla with spider. I see black and I go, okay, Godzilla, but with spider legs. And I know in my head what that would look like. But I can't see what it would look like.
What is the difference between knowing and seeing? Technically. Have her draw it. Well, she can. I think she can draw it. It's just a matter of artistic ability. But I think she could. I definitely think you could do it.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how to explain that better.
I think aphantasia makes a lot of sense to me. Like, I'm like, okay, I get it. Like, it is just feelings and conceptualizing. And to me, the best way I can think about it is like you've assigned auras and colors to things. But I know that's not true, but more like, I get how you're conceptualizing it. It's the inner monologue that is so outside of my norm that I have a hard time understanding. Like how... just how.
To me, it feels like word go in. Thought bubble creates idea.
Okay.
Idea all I have. And I have to like speak it out or physically do it. But I don't have this is my idea. My idea is that blah, 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 blah. It's like, I feel this way. Word go in, feeling come out.
Would you be able to plan out your day non-verbally?
If I write it down.
And not writing it down?
No. Then I would do something and then be like, oh God, I'm so anxious. What am I supposed to do next? I literally was just downstairs with Sean. Like, I am so anxious right now because I don't know what I'm supposed to do next. And so that when I have those moments, like you should see my notes, my deleted notes. Every day I have a note with like the little circle and it's like, take out the laundry or take out the trash, do the laundry, blah, 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 blah. And I go through that every day. or like my notepad is that. That's why like I'm like a slave to lists. It's because if I don't, otherwise I'm just, or that's why I sit down and say, okay, Jody, don't listen. Here's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to stream, and then afterwards I'm going to go to the gym, and then after that I'm going to blah, blah, blah. And then it's become a concept in my brain. Like, that's what my day looks like.
Could you write a list that says nothing? Like, do nothing today.
Yes,
relax.
I do. Literally, like, today is my day off. Do whatever you want. And then it's like, okay.
Okay, no, you've set it free.
It's free. I can watch TV and rot in bed. I can play video games. It doesn't really matter what I do.
Dude, the brain is so fucking interesting to me. I literally like, it's crazy to me that everyone is just operating differently.
Yeah.
God, I love it. Hyperphantasia? What is that?
That's the complete opposite. Like, you can just create things in, like, you see a perfectly ripe red apple. It looks like it's there.
Dude, I fucking wish.
Yeah.
I wish. I'm the same. I'm where I can close my eyes and visualize something, but it's like I see it dimmed because I see the black of my eyes as well.
You can tell that it's like, hyper fantastics are able to like impose something on their world as if it were there.
That's so cool. That's so cool. Do you fall asleep easily?
No, I take like an hour. I would say right before bed is when I daydream most. That's like my daydream time.
Yeah.
I know what you're thinking.
What?
How the fuck do you daydream? Stories, but not spoken stories. Like, I write a script in my head with no words.
See, that is fucking cool to me. So we were talking about this on the podcast, how... Hold on, I'm going to change my mic settings. More open. We were talking about how... Look at Genji, he's so scared.
Man, what the fuck?
So Sydney's a really good writer because she's writing a story every time she daydreams verbally. So her story, like the way that I imagine this, correct me if I'm wrong, was that Sydney goes, I then walk down the stairs. I open the door. Inside the door is a room full of treasure. That treasure, you don't think like, you don't imagine it. It's all verbal.
What do you mean verbal?
Well, because you can't have an inner monologue. It's like, bitch, I don't know. I actually don't know.
It is like that, and so it can be easy for me to get distracted when I'm daydreaming because it'll be like, okay, so here's what happens. I sit down on the bed and then I turn to my right, and inside the window, like XYZ happens, yada, yada, yada. I don't see any of that, and I'm not hearing
your words, right?
My words. I just know that it happens. And so if something interrupts me, maybe it's another thought or my dog moves or something like that, the whole story stops. Everything, I just hard stop. And then I'm like, okay, what just happened? Okay, and then I go, all right, where was I in my story? I was here, and I was looking to the...
So when you say you just know, does that mean that I could come in and intrude on your story? For example, I just walked down the stairs and opened this door to a room full of treasure, and then I'd say, and then Jody's sitting on the bench.
Like if you said that to me?
Yeah, like am I inserting myself in your story because I verbally said it? Like,
yeah, I think then my mind would go, oh God, Jody's sitting on the bench. Okay.
But then could you go back? Can I leave?
Yeah. I mean, like I'm writing my own story.
Yeah.
But I think that if you surprised me with that, I would
imagine it.
Yeah.
You're not imagining it, and it's not words in your mind. She just knows it.
I just know.
You just know it.
But I would say that's like another thing that I do pretty often is I have conversations and I think I know what happened, but I like only have an idea of what happened.
This is very true.
Yeah, and I'll be like, oh, Jody said that. She's like, I didn't say that. And I'm like, oh, that's how I interpreted that. And that is my reality.
Yeah.
So then I have interpersonal problems because my concept of the world is my truth. And if it's not what was actually said, which happens often,
Yeah.
I get it confused. Like my reality is
Because you've
confused.
created it.
Yeah,
like
that's
you've
my reality.
literally, like you have nothing to draw back on.
Yeah.
Right.
I can't go, oh, Jody said blank, blank, blank. Or I remember when she said it sounded like this. Or like I see this conversation in my head. It's not that. It's like we are talking now. I'm gonna have conceptualized this, filed in conversations with Jody, and put it away. And then when I go pull it back out of the cabinet, I get this, oh, I remember that conversation. I felt a little anxious because I couldn't quite remember, like I couldn't quite describe how my brain works. And I don't even understand it. So I was feeling this way. And Jody said that I'm a freak, but it's like, you didn't say that. But like, I felt like a freak.
Yeah, you could write it.
Yes, I felt like a freak. So then it's like, Jody said I'm a freak.
Oh.
It's a dangerous game I'm playing. That's why I overthink all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I overthink all the time. And I'm always just like, oh my God, like these people hate me. Or like they said this, or like they're totally talking behind my back, or blah, 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 blah. Because in my head, like when I feel, which I think is just,
that's, yeah,
pushing forward your insecurities.
I think it's normal, more so you just have nothing to back it up on.
Yeah.
Other than another individual that was there.
Yes.
Who can see or hear exactly, or like relate, like, oh no, that wasn't true, or... Yeah.
That's not what they said.
Yeah.
That's not how I felt.
Whoa. Whoa. It's crazy that you overthink without words in your head. Well, I would argue that I don't overthink because there's words in my head. I overthink because there's feelings that I feel, and Sydney can definitely feel feelings. Because to me, I'm not in my head saying like... oh, Jody, I would actually say that my feelings are what drive my thoughts to overthink.
Well, it's my time.
Cheers.
To go. Cheers.
Thanks for hanging out. But I was saying, like, so for me, overthinking is how I'm feeling. Like oops, hold on, I'm gonna fix my mic. Yes. And then my narration, my internal monologue is what pushes me to logic. Because it's my feelings that I'm like, ooh, I made a mistake. That person doesn't like me. I didn't mean to say that. I feel like I said that really wrong. I didn't deliver that well. And then my logic is like, Jody, you're human. You make mistakes. It's okay. Maybe they don't like you. Who cares? You got people you love you. Whatever. Right? But yeah. Okay. So Sydney doesn't have... I understand why she would overthink so much, because all she has is her feeling. She can't recall something to actual accuracy. Like for me, I have a really good like mental image of things. I like today, I can literally remember grabbing the door and opening the bookstore. I walk into the bookstore. I look to my left at that shelf. Then I look to my right. I look at this book. I grab this book. Like I can replay it. So if Sydney was to say, Jody, do you remember you went to the bookstore and somebody punched you? I'd be like, no, that did not happen. But if Sydney went to the bookstore and felt stressed, I could probably fucking convince her that somebody did do that, because she wouldn't remember anything other than being stressed. And she's like, what could stress me out? Things like that. Sydney has a terrible memory. Dude, it's so interesting though. My God. So I have a minor in neuroscience because it really did interest me so much in college. And Sydney, talking to Sydney, like, I'm like, tell me more. Just love it. Sydney knows no song lyrics. Sydney's really good at song lyrics. Oops. There we go. That's mean. What's mean? Do you have an eidetic memory? What is that? Is she coming back? Nope, she gotta take care of dogs. Eidetic. I don't know what that means. Eidetic memory? Eidetic. Eidetic. Whoa, it's kind of like she only remembers in feelings. Like she doesn't remember through any of the senses. No, I would say Sydney really remembers through, oh, that's photogenic. She, from what she says, I have a really terrible fucking memory and I remember through feelings and concepts. So she doesn't remember through actuality, which is kind of what she just described. Also known as a photographic memory, and total recall is the ability to recall an image from memory with high precision, at least for a brief period of time, after seeing it only once and without using. No, being able to see an object for a few minutes after no longer present. No, I don't. But how would I describe when oh God, dude, I don't know. So she's super susceptible to gaslighting and false memories. I guess so. I mean, Sydney also isn't dumb. Like, just because she thinks differently, I would say that she's not any less intelligent. Like, I don't think she would only be susceptible, I guess, if somebody is able to also, like, she would only be susceptible if she also, like, has an inkling of that feeling already there. So if she was like, oh, I was super stressed and scared that day, I would be like, are you stressed? And or like I could maybe like were you stressed because of this, were you stressed because of that, or this happened? But it would have to, yeah, like basically the gaslighting would have to make sense to her recollection of the event and her feeling. Oops. Boom. Realized I was not playing music. Silver Sprite, thank you for the 35. Walking Live, thank you for the 2 years. Father Narwhal, thank you for the 27. Whimsical, thank you for the Prime. Sarah Backus, thank you for the 30. Joe, thank you for the 15. Jessica, thank you for the 34. Spiffy is here, thank you for the 22. Tia Fawn, thank you for the 26. Cook, thank you for the 6. Sabs, thank you for the, I'm so sorry, this was 42 minutes ago, but thank you for the 100 biddies. I'm so happy that you're at a point where your merch is doing so well. It's so well diverse, not only for you, the community, but literally for anyone and everyone as well. You know your community so well. Thanks. Thank you so much. Doesn't visualizing thoughts usually start with a reference? Like surely she can visualize water, which means she should be able to visualize anything she has seen before. She does. She doesn't just like... She does. Her memory is just not the greatest. But yeah. I can remember very, very small details and imagine everything you two were saying in my head, even the Godzilla with huge spider legs. I'm so confused that some people just don't do that. It is so interesting. I feel like my memory is really good if I'm paying attention. But if I'm, well, that's a given. Sometimes John and I will have conversations and I realize that I was daydreaming or something and I have to be like, sorry, what? But then when he recalls that conversation, he's like, remember when I said this? I'm like, no, I remember daydreaming. And that's when things get really dicey. But I feel like I do have a pretty good memory for recent things. Long-term memory, well, that's when nostalgia kicks in. Long-term memory, I have bits and pieces, but I don't remember too much. Like, for example, in the video where I hung out with my high school friends that you guys, it's uploaded on my Just Jody channel, the one I just referenced. Is it this one? Nope. This one. Nope. Oh, this one. So in this video, I was like, I don't know how me and Taya became friends. And Taya was like, I became your friend because we were at the bus stop together. And I was like, oh my God, I don't remember that. But that's because I probably didn't like take a snapshot of it. Like, I know I have random images on my overlay. Like for me, if I really try to remember it, I can. Like I can create snapshots of my life and be like, this is going to, I will take this as a core memory. Or like, yeah. Yeah. I think each person's brain has different priorities for how it decides to think and spend its energy, and a lot of processes become automatic. Huh. Do you realize something is becoming a core memory in the moment? I guess some things I commit to core memory by choice, and other things are just intense or like extreme emotions. So I guess I will kind of know it's a core memory based off of how I feel. So for example, if I am really enjoying a moment, I know that I'm going to be able to recall it. Like I just imagined something and it was like me and Sean and Sydney laughing really hard at a dinner table. Or yeah, it's basically like, what was my emotional response? Was it a really like, it's an emotional attachment. It is. It's like, or did it make me really sad? Was I really stressed? Of course, those are going to be core memories. Yeah. Can you lucid dream? I would say every time I dream, I am one step closer to being more aware in my dreams. It's about a 50-50 almost at this point, where I'm like, I literally have in my dream I have the feeling, I'm like, but I don't explore it. I just let the dream kind of go on. But I can tell I'm getting there. So yeah. Oops, where's my whoa, my things are broken. Ellum, thank you for the raid. Hello. Hi everyone. Welcome from Ellum's stream. We have talked about many things today. We've talked about books, we've talked about my podcast, we talked about skincare, we talked about aphantasia and lucid dreaming and no inner monologue. We talked a lot about books. Welcome in. We missed the smut talk. I didn't talk about much. Well, so book I'm currently reading is Mating in Captivity. Anyone in Ellum's community a reader? It's not fantasy, it's not fiction, it's not smut, but I guess it's kind of it's the science of smut, maybe. It is really interesting. It's so interesting. It's by Esther Perel, who is a psychotherapist and is one of is pretty famous, I would say. Also creates content like TikTok and YouTube. But I'm a huge reader. This is a really enlightening read. I was like, damn, this is cool. This title makes me think of I think it's about prison romance. No, what is the highlight of it? I will read the back. One of the world's most respected voices on erotic intelligence, Esther Perel offers a bold, provocative new take on intimacy and sex. Mating in Captivity invites us to explore the paradoxical union of domesticity and sexual desire, and explains what it takes to bring lust home. It really deep dives into long-term relationships and desire, and how we crave such intimacy, and yet that is actually the it's kind of like an anti-aphrodisiac, because so badly when you have a couple, all you want to do is be close and tell me what you did today, tell me what you do and what's new, and what's your favorite food and whatever. And as you create intimacy, you are deleting desire, because desire needs mystery to kind of as the foundation. It's absolutely interesting. Talks about power dynamics. I'm gonna even I told this to my community, but it's something that so I've gone through and highlighted some things that I thought were really interesting. But literally page 2, we all share a fundamental need for security, which propels us towards committed relationships in the first place, but we have an equally strong need for adventure and excitement. Modern romances promises that it's possible to meet these two distinct sets of needs in one place. Still, I am not convinced. Today, we turn to one person to provide what an entire village once did, a sense of grounding, meaning, and continuity. At the same time, we expect our committed relationship to be romantic as well as emotionally and sexually fulfilling. Is it any wonder at all that so many of these relationships crumble under the weight of it all? It's hard to generate excitement, anticipation, and lust with the same person you look to for comfort and stability, but it is not impossible. I invite you to think about the ways you may introduce risk to safety, mystery to the familiar, and novelty to the enduring. So that's the whole book basically. And I've almost finished it, but there was another, oh God, it was so, I'm finding it. Like, speaking fucking facts. It also talks about how sexuality almost comes from to being completely and sexually like raptured, you have to also, it comes like, it takes it's almost a selfish take. I'm like, whoa. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Is this a free class or am I paying for it? Welcome to the free class. Well, I mean, the book is $17. So, I mean, you learn lots from reading, let me tell you. So much knowledge. Okay. Intimacy comes with a growing concern for the well-being of the other person, which includes a fear of hurting them. But sexual excitement requires the capacity not to worry, and the pursuit of pleasure demands a degree of selfishness. And then she goes on to talk about how, like, when you are like sexually involved with someone, it's like you're actively thinking about them, but there comes a moment where you have to just think about you, which is also really hard for people, especially women who like have been taught to like not say what you want or things, and just it's kind of hard. Okay, hold on. This is crazy. Or not even crazy. This is just like, it's like, damn. So basically this part talks about a woman who is super organized and is kind of like the power player in her real life and all that, whatever. And then they talk about, she meets her current partner and discovered just how much I'm drawn to sexual submission. It may not fit the way I always thought of myself or the way others thought of me, but it is the truth. And then, because sex is a place where you can safely lose control, I ask, yes, it's the one area where you don't have to make any decisions, blah, blah, blah. So it goes on to say, Elizabeth wants to be manhandled, told what to do, as if through her erotic self, she can correct an imbalance in her life and replenish something vital. She delights in the abandon that comes with the sense of powerlessness. And I would add that she also gets a charge from playing in the forbidden zone of inequality. Because she does go on to talk about feminism and how it is like the guys, it's so interesting. When he comes on to me forcefully, it makes me feel sexy. It can heighten the tension, like he wants blah, 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 blah. So it's the poetics of sex, however, are often politically incorrect, thriving on power plays, role reversal, unfair advantages, imperious demands, seductive manipulations, and subtle cruelties. American men and women, shaped by the feminist movement and its egalitarian ideas, often find themselves challenged by these contradictions. And so, blah, blah, blah. Some would say that Elizabeth's desire for submission is nothing more than a reenactment of traditional male dominance. They would claim that sexual arrangements in which one partner is dominant and controlling, the other passive, weak, are inherently hierarchical and oppressive, nothing more than a sexist replay of the patriarchy. But prisoners rarely have the desire to pretend that they are prisoners. Only the free can choose to make believe. To my thinking, being able to play with roles goes some way toward indicating that you are no longer controlled by them. Brilliant. It's a brilliant book. If this interests you at all, I know it's a bar. It's a bar. I was reading this to John last night. He's like, she'd be speaking facts. She's spitting. So I'm almost done. I would say that it is a really interesting read. It's told pretty well. There's so many different couples in here and couples like experiences that is again really interesting. I'm not gonna lie, I short circuited there. But it's so interesting. If it like at all interests you, just the idea of, yeah, I guess erotic intelligence, which is unlocking erotic, would recommend. What is your bookmark? Janet got it for me for my birthday. It's like this little thing and you place it in the page. Oop. If someone in theory were single, would it still be worth the read? Yes. I mean, yeah, I just think like, I mean, it's just knowledge. It helps. I love the way in which you learn a lot. I think you learn a lot. It doesn't matter if you're in a relationship or not. But yeah. So I'm currently reading that. I'm probably gonna finish it tonight, and then I think I'm gonna start the most recent Hunger Games prequel thing, whatever, the Ballad of the Songbirds and Snakes, and then I'm gonna watch the movie, and then after that I think I'm gonna read Red Rising. I don't know, so many books to read, not enough time in the world. Sasha, thank you for the 24. Luna, thank you for the 5. Welcome back. Hello, Gail. Thank you for the 55. Do you take notes on the books or just brain storage? I would say just brain storage generally. Yeah. Yeah. People love Red Rising. And I've heard it. It's been recommended to me for many, many times. How many books do you read on average? I don't know. A lot. Like an absurd amount. Maybe not even. I don't know how many books I read a year. I don't know. It's like a boys book though. Girls like that book. I think anyone can like a book. The person that recommended the book was a girl. You know, I'm just saying. Do you not log each book you read somewhere? I don't, and I really should. Jody, you seem to have become really more cognizant in your thoughts throughout the years. Just saying as an observation. I'm curious what makes you say that. Or like what? I don't know. Where do you get your book suggestions from? People, book content creators, or one book content creator whose name I forgot again because I'm terrible with names. It said, I don't know. Can boys wear your merch? Yes. Yes. Guess what? Boys can also do skincare. Boys can. We all have skin. We really can. Speaking of, you guys are interested in checking out my face mask with Hear Me Raw? I just created the jar, but I also love the face mask. You can panel below. Lotion after shower. Floss. Sunscreen. I think you were being more thoughtful about a wider audience of people who are watching your content. Really? I don't know if I do that. Wait. Am I being more thoughtful than I was in the past of a wider audience of people who are watching your content? I don't know if I... Just your word choices and demeanor. Well, I'm glad I am more... I mean, I think I'm just learning a lot as I get older. Or every day is a day that I learn something, I feel like. So... I mean, you guys... The thing is, you guys watch me grow. I think it's just because of your self-improvement journey. I've been really working on self-improvement, which, hey, I'm going to plug this. My second podcast episode is really about self-love and like the journey that comes with that and how something that I have noticed is you got like, so, okay. I'm like a bunch of pieces of advice and wisdom, and I just bring it into my circle. And it is true, like how freeing, how unlocking it is to allow yourself to be flawed, to allow yourself to feel the feels and to do the things that you do. Like once you let go, or once you realize that, I think that there's multiple parts of you and you're able to compartmentalize, it's like, it's so freeing. So for example, I realized that I create arbitrary rules for myself. Like, I'll give you a really old example that I've talked about before. But I do talk about this on my open book podcast as well. On episode 2, which is not out yet, but will be coming out soon, is before I was in college, or when I was in college, I autofilled business and I needed to decide what my major was going to be. Because I was like, well, I don't really want to do business. I just autofilled. What is it that I want to do? And I remember sitting outside and being like, okay, Jody, if you could do anything, what would you do? And And I said, well, if I could do anything, like if I thought I could do anything, I'd be a dermatologist. And then I had the epiphany where I was like, well, then why don't you do that? Like, what's holding you back? And I was like, well, I don't think I'm smart enough. And then I was like, who's telling you that? Is it you? And fuck, like, where's it coming from? And so then I just switched. I was like, fuck it. I am smart enough. I can do anything that I want. And even though I'm not smart enough, I will definitely put in the effort to do that, to be, I like to succeed. And so then I did. But it's the idea that I create this arbitrary rule for myself. And then on top of that, I also just realized that I don't want to give away everything that I talked about on my podcast. Hey guys, promise that you'll listen to my podcast regardless of also semi hearing it here. Yeah? Shake hands. Thank you. Just play it with the volume on 0, okay? Because the algorithm, I need the algorithm gods on my side. So, my most recent GC experience, so Game Changers Valorant, what is it called? It's called the Open Book. Or Open Book with Quarter Jade. You can look up Spotify, wherever. But I realized how so this is not new to me, but it was an aha moment. So John has always told me, or everyone's always told me, Jody, you're too hard on yourself. And I'm like, no, I'm not. This is my norm, and I'm not hard on myself. It's fine. It's whatever. Like, who's gonna be hard on me if not me? Who's gonna tell me to improve if not me? Like, get your act together, Jody. Work harder. Don't be dumb. Be funnier. Put out more content. Be more consistent. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's my norm. John is like, Jody, you're too hard on yourself. I'm like, no, I'm not. You're being stupid. I'm not too hard on myself. I'm just showing up for myself. And then I ended up talking to my therapist about this, blah, blah, blah. And I was talking to her about GC and how much pressure this was putting on me and how I don't perform well under pressure. And like, I know that. And she's like, okay, well, are you good at this game? And I was like, you know what? Yeah, I am good at the game. But I compete and I'm not good. I hate it. I hate competing. And she's like, okay, I want you to literally visualize or just understand that you have this ego and it's trying to protect you, and that's where the pressure comes from. And I'm not kidding you. When she said that, I was like, oh my fucking God, duh. So I eventually I sit with my thoughts, my notes from that therapy session. I'm sitting on my porch. The sun is beautiful. It's shining. I'm having a good day. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I have to recognize that pressure is just a part of me, but it's not the only part of me, because I am good at this game. I have put in so many hours. I am above average at this game. Great. My mic is too high. Okay, hold on. Give me a sec. Wait, testing my mic. Oh my God, it is way too loud. Okay, done. So I was like, oh, once I've allowed myself to acknowledge that part of myself that is being too hard on myself, is trying to protect me, is trying to be like, hey, you better fucking show up. I acknowledge that. I acknowledge you're trying to help me, but hey, I'm gonna let you relax and let my performance be just the skill that I know I have. So that has kickstarted a lot of the self-improvement, growth, whatever mentality, because it created that epiphany where I was like, yeah, I just kind of allow myself now. I allow when I make like a social mistake and I'm really nervous about it, or I might have hurt someone's feelings or whatever, literally whatever. I just allow it instead of going like, oh no, ignore it, or oh no, just do better next time. Instead I'd like actually just tell myself, that's okay. It's okay. I allow myself to be angry. I allow myself to feel guilt, to feel the shame. I just feel it. Like, that's okay. Because until you don't, when you know what that feeling, when you feel guilt or shame or whatever, and you kind of look away from it, you're like, no, you're fighting it. But once you stare that shit in the face, it's past. When you avoid something, it's gonna show up at your front door every day. Until you stare it in the face, acknowledge it, feel it, accept it, give yourself compassion to be like, okay, I forgive you. No, it's fine. Do better, whatever. That's the only time you can move past it. That's the only time that you've like unlocked it. You're like, oh my God, great. I've freed myself by allowing it, which is kind of the opposite, but it really is. I think self-respect is a huge pillar on the self-love journey. I do not struggle with self-respect, so I can't speak on it, but I'm sure it has. If you don't have self-respect, then I absolutely. But how do you just let go? So for me, it just came down to compassion. Also, loving another individual as I do like love John or love my friends it comes so easily to me. I talk about this on the podcast too. It comes so easily to me, and I sat down and I was like, why does it not come easily to love myself? And what is it that I give to them that I can just emulate and give to myself? And a lot of it just comes down to compassion, empathy, patience that I want to give. Like, why would I not give that to myself? Like, I'm all I got, you know? And I feel like for me, I feel like every day, it feels like the meaning of life for me is to just learn to love myself so wholly and completely. And I think that I will be truly happiest when I do that. It's like that quote, that happiness is just peace in motion. And so like, I just tell myself that I am hunting for peace every day. Just hunting for peace. All I want is peace. So, yeah. One thing I learned in therapy was that I grew up with parents who didn't allow me to feel my feelings. So in my early adult years, I kept everything inside. It just diverted to anger, and I was very agitated. In therapy, I had to learn to actually give myself permission to feel my feelings. Yeah. Something that I had to learn in therapy was that anger is not inherently bad. Like, that's not a bad thing. To be angry is not bad. But I definitely learned that growing up. Or like I would watch my dad. I'm like, oh, I'm never gonna be angry. That's I don't agree with that. But it's not bad. Every feeling is an indication. It's a door to understanding yourself more, understanding like anger is a really good thing for boundaries. Every feeling is related to something. Every feeling gives you a little lesson. But yeah. I just went to psychology class to therapy. I say Rockstar. Beep beep. Oh, Poopy, thank you for the 19 pounds. Thank you for the tier 1. Nemo, thank you for the 2 years. JJ, thank you for the 64. Hale, thank you for the 4. Appreciate it. Thank you. Can I get some advice? How do you improve communication in a relationship? I mean, communication comes down to being able to not only share what you're feeling in a tactful way, but also have the recipient be a safe and trusting place. So I don't know how to help you work on that other than you just got to continuously go out of your comfort zone, and hopefully it is well received, because you need someone who, when you go to them and say, hey, I don't like it when you blank, I don't know, they have to receive that well, non-defensively, to hear you out. So yeah. Oh wait, Noah, thank you for the prime. Thank you guys for the primes. I really appreciate it. Lacia, thank you for the prime. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but what is one thing you've learned from a relationship that helped you grow as a person? I actually just said that. Basically learning to love, or loving John in the way that I do, in the capacity that I do, has helped me learn how to love myself in the same capacity. Because yeah, they were onto something. I just want to live, laugh, love, man. How do you encourage your partner to go out of the comfort zone? Because I feel like comprehension is big too, and they don't get it. Well, generally speaking, like, to encourage someone to go out of the comfort zone is to just react well when they do, to showcase that it is okay. and that it's look, everything is fine when you go out of your comfort zone. We had it, or maybe like it was an activity, we had a good time, or when they say something that's really hard for them to say, you're able to then say thank you for sharing, I understand, and or like I don't quite understand just yet, but I'm gonna really think on this so that I do understand. It's like empathy. It's like, basically, yeah, offering a safe space for the reaction. Do you have a specific date for the second episode of the podcast? I would imagine sometime next week, but no specific date. Hi, Yazaki. Thank you for the 4. Thank you. Listening to you talk about this is actually so healing. I really think that it's kind of why I think I love this so much. I talk about this in my podcast. So yeah. If this is healing, I hope that you guys do seek out the podcast and learn along with me as I go through life. New episode isn't up yet because I literally just recorded it. So I imagine it'll be released sometimes next week because we have to do a little editing and slicing, but it doesn't take too long. Yeah. I love this. It made me cry. I believe in everyone to eventually love themselves. But that doesn't mean there won't be bad days. Bad days are inevitable. But I really want to remind everyone to give yourself compassion, give yourself the space to allow. Because that's human, baby. That's being human. Spotify podcasts are not available in Canada. It will be uploaded on YouTube, Apple, Spotify. It's definitely out there. Do you like journaling? I don't journal that often, but I guess when I do journal, I like it. How do you experience love? Like for me, it is a strong feeling that doesn't happen often, and I cannot develop feelings. I just cannot develop feelings for people. Oh, it's on Amazon too. Oh, damn, it's everywhere. It's like love to me something that love for me can be many different feelings. It's at its peak effervescent. It's very this feeling giddy, almost bubbly in my chest. And when it's not that, it's it's almost like you are you are a tiny little thing in the back of my head. I think about you. It's warm. And I operate thinking about myself, but also this individual or this friend. I think about you. Like, you know how everyone's like, oh my God, I love when someone says like, this reminds me of you. It's that. Because you know? Is it smooth like silk or fuzzy like a teddy bear? Okay, if I had to give it a texture, it's neither. It's water. Immediately my thoughts go to like water. Like my hand is going through water, but the sun is shining on it. I don't know, man. I don't know. You think you can love someone else without entirely loving yourself? I think you can love that person. Yes. I think if this is a graph, you don't have to love yourself to love another, but I think that if you love yourself, the love that you give someone else will be unconditional. Because once you give yourself unconditional love, it's like you can give them unconditional love. I think you can absolutely love someone else before loving yourself, but it's like the way and the capacity in which you can, I think, changes. Literally. Boom. The stream has been a roller coaster. Wait, I feel like this has been a very timid stream in terms of roller coasters. This playlist is called Back to Autumn. It's on my Spotify. My Spotify username is Quarter Jade. What about smell? I don't know if this is true, but the first thought that came to mind was when it's like raining. It's the first rain in a long time. That kind of smell. But I don't know if it's true. It's just the first, I don't know. Whenever I try to articulate love, I always think of the Code Brass scene where Lelouch, I don't know what you're saying. I don't know any of this. I do love water. I actually like, I am happiest when I am in water, around water, but like not ocean water, like specifically lake or pond or like river. I don't know. I had a really long talk with my girlfriend recently about how I think I have alexithymia. I'm not sure what that is. And I struggle to figure out emotions. And she really tried to learn about it and help me understand it. It was legit the best feeling ever to know someone loved me like that, to find out. To understand you more. And so that they could, yeah. Humans are cute. Washington, that's why. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I wasn't around many. I mean, there's oceans in Washington, but I just wasn't around them. They weren't around where I grew up. So I was around, yeah. Rivers, lakes, springs, ponds. More like spring rain or summer rain. No particular rain. Do you believe in God? No, I don't believe in a particular God. Yeah, I guess I'm like defined God. I don't think I believe in like a Christian God or anything like that. I don't think I believe in a higher power like divinity, unless it's the universe. I just was watching, dude, I think like somebody just made a video and they were saying like, you cannot be interested in nature. You cannot be interested in nature. Do you think like, I'm not even gonna, I won't do it justice. Do.
I'm not really. This way of talking about our world, if it's something you can choose to be interested in, beginning of our disconnection. We seem to have come to a mutual agreement that gaps of space separate things. If I rely on this tree for its oxygen, and it relies on me for my CO2, is there really a gap between us? We live in a world with gaps between them. We live in a lovely thick soup of energy. The only separation is in our language. You see, it's not some pure stroke of luck that we happen to find ourselves on a planet where we can drink the water, breathe the air, and eat the plants. It's just that there's no other possible way it could be. You've arisen mutually with the plants and everything else. So of course they feed and heal you, because you've come out of this earth, not into it. And she's eagerly anticipating your reconnection to remind you of what you've forgotten, that you're from here, and you always have been, and you always will be. So no one's into nature. We're just all it. I have a deepening relationship with plants because they are the quiet rebellion against corrupt healthcare and food systems. I have a deepening relationship with plants because they're me.
Okay, so I don't think I believe in a God or anything like that, but I very much, I think I really believe in the theory or the feeling or the idea that we are the universe experiencing itself. And the idea that, let me think, like we're so separate, but it doesn't feel that like that feels like because we've come too far. But realistically, we are all one. Like, I don't know how to articulate this in the way. Well, yeah, I mean, I do think we separate ourselves through many different things. Capitalism, for an example, or just like the way in which we don't have public transportation, but that's a whole nother issue. But more like, it's true, we used to live in villages. Or just even, guys, even as this book that has nothing to fucking do with that, but modern romance is promised that it's possible to meet these two distinct sets in one place. Today we turn to one person to provide what an entire village once did, and we're just getting farther and farther from community. Whereas I don't know, I do really think, I guess I believe that we're all just one. We're the universe experiencing itself. I also just love to look at like I don't know. What's up, Koi? It is a complicated concept, but I guess I don't think I believe in God. You know how can I get through the fear of being left alone, even though already knowing it's a part of life? I mean, that's wait, I think okay, let me think. To me, I think it's okay to have a fear of being alone, because humans, we are such social creatures. Of course you don't want to be left alone. It's kind of like, think about like cavemen. You didn't want to be like exiled from your pack, okay? So I think that's really an okay fear to have. The only thing is you just have to learn to also operate as an individual. You have to operate being able to do things that you need to do without another individual. But like, I think it's absolutely super valid and understandable to have a fear of being alone. I think everyone generally has a fear of being completely alone, for the most part. I like that idea too. I'm into just believing in my existence and how we're all in a relationship with existence. That interconnectedness is special. Yeah, like I feel like there is something there. Period. Loneliness is a relief. Interesting. Do you ever watch Brittany Broski? She has similar views in some ways to your own. I don't consume a lot of media like that, but I've seen her. I've heard of her. I've never heard of her general takes though. But that's somebody that I would have a conversation with if so. Being alone and being lonely is truly different. Oh, for sure. There's something there, Jenny 2023. Do you feel alone in a room full of strangers or a room by yourself? Oh, I feel way lonelier than well, I mean, a room full of strangers to me is never really a room full of strangers, because I am very extroverted. I'm down to talk to anyone. So, yeah. God cannot be both all-knowing and all-powerful unless they are also not morally good. I have heard that quote. I have. I think it's a harder concept for me to really wrap my head around. But yeah. God is actually Lady Gaga, so. Should I move out when I can? I'm currently struggling with that because I don't have my own bedroom at the moment. I had to sacrifice my bedroom to my other brother and his wife. Now it's been weighing on me a lot due to the lack of personal space. Well, it looks like you're looking for permission to move out when you want to. So
we've made things easier for not only ourselves but for our loved ones. That, in turn, has kept us away from meaningful relationships we could have had if we were more community-based society. TLDR, help everyone when you can.
It is, it feels like everybody kind of is on the same idea. Like everything is so individualistic, but it really doesn't help us. If anything, it's counterintuitive. That was hella loud. But thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. Thank you for the don't know. False sound, thank you for 100 please. Thank you. Oh my god, I have gotten into Matt Maltese because of you and I can't stop crying now. Oh yeah, Matt Maltese fucking hits me. That I love Matt Maltese because I love lyrical songs that make me want to rip my heart out and eat it. Okay, and Matt Maltese is that. I love them. I love Matt Maltese so much. I listened to him like, I don't know, 7 years ago. That's not true. 6? Wait. Yeah, I think I found him 6 years ago when... What is that song? Everybody. What is that? I'm finding it. Everyone Adores You. In 2022. Just kidding. That's ignore that. He re-recorded. When did this come out? There's a demo of it. I'm finding it. Wait, no, not Everyone Adores You. Sorry. Give me a sec. It's called a different thing. It's called... Oh, is it? Jesus Christ, Jody, your memory is ass. Even If It's a Lie. 2017. Good job. I thought I started with E. Anyways, I found Matt Maltese from Even If It's a Lie demo, which put out in 2017, and I like was fiending. After I heard the song, I was fiending. I was like, please, but this is the only song. And then, well, everything else came later. And then Studio 6, oh yeah, I was fiending for other music. And then I found Studio 6, Paper Thin Hotel, and then I loved it. And then eventually came out with more stuff. I've already seen him in concert, so. Max, thank you for the 2 years. Thank you. Being alone for me is safe. Love hasn't been worth the pain. But that's where you're wrong. To experience is to live. To experience the pain is also part of it. And one day you will find someone where the pain is worth it to you. And being alone, you don't have to subject yourself to that. Just because you're scared, and I understand. But out there, outside of your comfort zone, there's a whole world to experience. To experience love in the full capacity in which you want. I believe in you. But I know it's really scary and it's really hard, but I believe in you. Would you ever make a list of all the books you've read or a list of recommendations? I have a book of recommendations on my Discord. What are you? Something is... What did I miss? Wait, where did I go? Are you gonna be watching Worlds? I have an appointment at 10 a.m. so I'll probably drop in but leave. Before I go, I missed where. Say one more. Oops. Have you ever listened to Noah Kahan? Yes, I have. Whatever. I missed something. I don't know where it went. Ulala, think of the 100. Humble Ledger by Idola is something I think you would like. It is a very chill stream. What music do you listen to? I listen to... I guess it's alternative rock and indie and... what it's considered, I guess, genre-wise. I think that's my most listened to genre. Think. Any games today? Nope. Nope. this is an interesting topic, but we're gonna be respectful of this, okay? We're gonna be respectful. Just remember that. I believe there is a God, not because I want there to be a God, but because the world doesn't make sense without one. Life and evolution doesn't make sense without a goal, and who sets the goal? So in mine, there must be a higher power. That's such an interesting take to me, because in terms of evolution, like, I would argue that the goal of evolution is to survive as a species. So if you look at other organisms, not outside, like, or outside of humans, like, we just evolved to live. And for me, at least, I'm just like, well, that is enough for me, because I got to live and I get to experience this, and that is enough for me. I guess I don't have to live as a specific, or like, I don't have to live with a specific goal in mind. I'm happy to just simply experience what there is. And I don't think of, or I mean, that's kind of the whole thing of like being present, which is like, I don't really need to think about what comes after me or what's going to happen to me when I die, because I just want to focus on like what I have right now. But yeah, I don't know. But why bother even surviving? To what end do we strive for life? I mean, things are just resilient to live. I have no idea. Like, I just think, like, how do I explain this? Your body tells you to eat, so you eat. Like cats clean themselves to eat. Like, you just have instinct. It just is. But I am so happy to accept that it is just as an organism, is to survive and to grow, and to, yeah, like, there doesn't have to be a to what end, because technically speaking, like, let's say cats, to what end? Like, do they need to have a purpose other than to survive? Is the goal of cats to die and go to heaven, I guess? Or I don't know, like, to me, at least, it doesn't scare me that they're, like, I guess to me, things make sense regardless, like, higher power or not. I just think of like, oh, it's just an experience. It is to simply just live. But I don't know. I have no idea. I don't have the answers. None of us know what is beyond us. I just live my life with it on mind. I feel very similarly. Yeah. How do bad human who gets to live a full happy life get punished? There must be justice. Why? Why must there be justice? Yeah, so to me, I'm like, it would be really nice. I think it would be a really great idea if, yeah, bad things happen to bad people and there was justice, but that doesn't quite happen all the time. There is no justice in nature. Why must there be one in the afterlife? Survive means to live, and live means to have your life, which has its truth. So it's about your life, which has truth. If it doesn't, then you feel like you are missing something. My sad understanding is that if there is nothing beyond, then there is no point. Everything ends up being meaningless unless you give it meaning. Therefore, we make goals to achieve and strive, or else there'd be no point. But actually, see, okay, I read that and I'm like, oh, I don't think that's sad. I don't feel like that's sad at all. If there is nothing beyond, there is no point. Everything ends up being meaningless unless you give it a meaning. Maybe that's it. That's the recipe. It's for you to decide. What do you want to do? You have this time. What do you want to do? Ask yourself, sit here. If the sky is the limit, what will I do? What do I want to create? What do I want to give? What do I want to do? And you can do that. That's you. Now, everyone starts off a little different, privilege, but things are possible. Things are possible. And if your meaning of life is defined by you, like every day you make a conscious decision to do whatever the hell you want to do. Granted, yeah, we all gotta make money. We all gotta survive. We all need our basic needs. But there's something there that brings you happiness. There's something you could do. I don't know. Maybe you like to garden, or maybe you really want to learn how to dance because for whatever reason that fulfills you. Boom. You could do that. You can live like an NPC. You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. There's no meaning to life until you make one. I do think like I'm not saddened by the idea that there is no point. Like, I guess to me, there doesn't have to be a, I guess, okay, let me think. For me, there doesn't have to be a point of like, I need to be a good person so that I can end up in a good afterlife. Because I simply just want to be a good person. I find it, I don't have to worry. When I make when I do bad things, I worry. Like, I remember I stole clothes when I was like 12 and I worried. I don't want to be a bad person. But then bad is also a societal construct. So I don't want to be bad based off of societal's image or what we conceptualize to be bad, because I just don't like how that makes me feel. And not only that, being a good person and being good to people and putting good onto people makes me feel good. But it's not because I want a reward. It's just simply because technically the reward is me not feeling guilt, I guess, which I think is fine. And I also just like, I'm able, when I do bad things, all I think about like, oh my God, I did a bad thing. Whereas when I just don't do bad things, I'm able to think about other things like, oh, what do I want to do? What do I want to think about? Like, it's fine. Like, I think I just think too much when I'm doing bad that it takes, yeah, it's kind of peace of mind. Like, I just have peace of mind when I'm doing good. So that's good. You know, like I'm able to just live. But I guess I don't particularly need a point because I make the point. What is my point of life? What do I want to do? And like that's for you to decide. Like, I think right now my point in life is I want to learn to love myself unconditionally so that the capacity in which I can give love to others is more. I want to find community, and I think I have, but I want to grow community. I find such joy in community and finding people with like-minded minds, and I love to learn, and like that's it. That's my meaning, because that's, to me, like the whole point is to wake up and enjoy, and like finding the little things in which you can do to make that happen. But God could be real. I have no fucking clue. I have no clue. And if all of this comes down to it and I get turned away, well, I guess I'm okay. I am okay with that. I really am. Like, I'm literally just like, oh, like, well, I lived my life how I really wanted to. And if the doubt that I had of a God being real or not is enough to turn me away, well, that's GG's, ladies and gentlemen. I'd probably go, that's entitled. I don't want to be here anyways. And then I would swim over to hell. I don't know. I have no idea. And then I would probably be suffering for all of eternity. But hey, I had a blimp of bliss. Baby Brit, thank you for the 30. Freedom King, thank you for the 1 year. Cookie, thank you for the tier 1. Max, thank you for the prime. I believe in God, but don't in hell. It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, religion is a fascinating thing, and yeah. Yeah. Do you believe in reincarnation? Like, do you have dreams of places you know you've never been, but you know in your heart truly exist, or dreamed of being a different person with a different sounding inner voice? I have these dreams, sometimes 8 hours of sleep, and reality feels like decades in another reality. I guess I don't really think about reincarnation. I don't experience those dreams at all. I've only ever been me, but hey, maybe if reincarnation's real, maybe this is my first body. Maybe that's why yeah, I just don't have strong inclinations to believe in it or experiences to believe in it, but that doesn't mean it's not true. I want to also reiterate, like, just because I don't believe in something does not mean I respect everyone's views and the way in which you want to live, like, truly. Just because I have an opinion on something, like, I don't want you to ever think that you are not welcome here or that I do not respect the views in which you have. I really do. And there's knowledge in everything and such interesting points in many things, and I'm always ears, but I just don't think that I believe in God. I mean, I don't think about it often, to be honest. Green Gaming, thank you for the 9. Thank you. I think that everyone's perspective on this topic is dependent on the experience they've had in life and how faith has shaped throughout those experiences. Yeah, I mean, that's to go with everything, right? I mean, your opinions are shaped off of your experiences, that period. So yeah. I know some people always feel like everything happens for a reason. Does that entail that we all get chosen a predetermined path, that even if we were presented a choice that we were not actually choosing, the choice was already chose for us ahead of time? I don't really think that. I guess maybe like the idea that everything happens for a reason, I think, is definitely a coined term to make people feel better about things that happen, but I do think I guess things can happen for, I mean, I haven't really thought this out either. I guess, yeah, I think that things happen for a reason, but you are the sole powerhouse, you know what I mean? Like, things can happen, but you decide how you react to that, which shapes your reality. So I guess, you know? Recommend Braiding Sweet Grass by Robin Wall Kimmerer. It's a refreshing book with new perspectives based on nature. Adding it to my list. Thank you. Mitochondria is a powerhouse of itself. Club Luna, I recommend. Oh, I read that. Can a god, whichever, be entitled though? Like he owns everything, created everything, and would like for you to acknowledge him? You know what I mean? I mean, you can, but that's not a god that I would want to worship, right? But that, like, if that is how it is, and like that's the whole thing, is that you have the choice. If God is like that and God could be entitled, then you could choose to be like, well, fuck it, I'd be entitled, I'm gonna worship you. But I'm probably like, no, fuck you, stick it to the man, kind of thing. So yeah. What did I just join? We're talking about many things. I mean, think of the 4. Thank you. When you become so empty that you cannot take it anymore, and then you realize that only God can truly fill that void. Absolutely. I mean, there's religion has done such amazing things for people. Cool. Yeah. That's the thing though, like everyone's life is so different. The experiences we have are so different, and yeah, it's up to you guys. Like, but the thing is, not everyone has that experience. And that's what, I guess, what I wish is that, well, this is duh, it's literally peace around the world, but it's kind of like the idea of, I can acknowledge that God is something very important to others, and it is like that when nothing else is there, God is there type of thing. But then to also understand and look at others that, hey, you don't have that same exact experience, so you cannot possibly relate to me or feel similarly, but we can also still absolutely respect each other to have that, and not think that one is right or wrong, but more so we are just a product of the experiences in which we've had, and our life is like, we've created the meaning, and the meaning that you've created is God, and the meaning that I've created is experience, and that we can still shake hands kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah. So you're gonna respect my belief that the universe exists within my butt? Leave it to Twitch chat, bro. I have never faced more heartbreak than just going and checking my phone to see it's not been on charge for the last 2 hours. Fucking real. Fucking real. I'm hungry. Food. Wait, what, world starts at 11 or midnight? Oh my god, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. Midnight. Bruh. Midnight food. What are you gonna eat? I'm hungry. What do I want? This is the only time I want to watch Worlds, but it's so late. I would if I didn't have an appointment tomorrow at 10, because I'm like, I could watch for like 2 hours, but I will cook you some Portuguese food. Oh my god, yum. I want pasta, but ordering pasta is like accepting robbery. Hey, that's exactly how I feel. I crave pasta all the time, and there's no good pasta around us, and I want to die. Can we play Valorant, please? No. What do I want? What do I want? I forget what food I like. Anytime I'm like, what do I want? Where did you get your jacket from? It's from Weekday, I think is what I said earlier. Chat, is that right? Is that what I said earlier? Any new books you've been reading? I've been reading a lot of new books. I just finished For the Iron Flame. I am about to finish Mating in Captivity. I just picked up All the Time War. What is that? The cup. You know what I'm talking about. All the Time Lost. What is that book? This is how you lose the time war. Boom. I just picked up Red Rising. I picked up. I'm on my book grind. I've been reading and picking up a lot of books. You know what I want? I want one of those microwavable chimichangas. That is exactly what I fucking want. I used to get really high in high school and eat those. You're a bookworm? I am the wormiest of bookworms. I would say reading is like one of the... That is where I'm almost happiest, I would say. That sounds really good right now. Actually, fuck no, that sounds delicious. I would eat that, even though I would eat it with guilt because it's not good for me, but I want it. I want it so badly. Wow. What do I want? Jolly, thank you for the 20. Hello, Chrissy, thank you for the 73. Welcome back. How are you doing? Good to see you. Scroog, thank you for the 1 year. Do you still partake in the Zaza? I'm not really a Zaza individual. I'm one of those persons that get really anxious on the Zaza, but yeah. So I kind of just like when I'm in a very safe space, or I don't know, John and I are like watching Adventure Time and ordering food, I will, but I really don't. Yeah, it's also just like, I know it's not good for me. Also, my family has a history of schizophrenia, so I'm like low-key sometimes like scared to tap into that, because I fucking know that I already am like, the paranoia be real. So been sick, but hope all is well with you. Yo, right back at you. That's scary. Yeah. Is it linked together? Well, it's more like weed causes anxiousness / paranoia, and so it's definitely in my blood. My mom also struggles with the Zaza, so I'm like, yeah, I think I just get more anxious on it. I definitely get paranoid, or like if John was not there to ground me, oh dear God. The mind is a powerful place. Studies about how Zaza increases the likelihood of schizophrenia. Oh, lovely. Well, if one day, guys, I have schizophrenia, either remind me to take my medication, or it was really great to have put out into the world what I did as it lasted. What do I want to eat? Broden, are you here? You know what I want? I want my pizza. Don't be ungrateful. Eat your vegetables. If anyone doesn't know, my pizza order is a pizza with artichoke hearts, olives, onions, and garlic. And I eat that shit up. You would know, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Bro didn't even said it was an acquired taste. He's like, oh, you know what? This is pretty good. So keep it to yourself. No, it's fire. I'm telling you, it's fire. My mom used to always get artichoke hearts on pizza, and I was been trying to replicate. I was like, damn, what do I want on my pizza? And I would always get onions and olives and garlic. And then I was like, oh, these pizza they're not good. And then I got artichoke hearts on one, and I was like, this is it. This is a flavor I've been looking for. And now I love it. I am my mother's daughter. I really am. Alex K, thank you for the 11. Wow, that statement made me so happy. I love that there are pieces of me. Wait, I totally am. Not only am I my mother's daughter, I'm also my father's daughter. Like, there are just so many pieces of me that I have gotten because of them or are from them. Like, I think about my interest in music, and I would say like I'm pretty musically inclined. Not that I'm the greatest, or like, but it comes pretty naturally to me. And my father loves music, loves piano. We bond over piano and just all of that. Or like, I see so much of my personality in me that is also him. Like, I'm very determined and pretty like headstrong, tenacious. Or was like, then I look at my mom and like I look at my food preferences or my music preferences. Like, I always have listened to so many songs that my mom loves. Like, I told you guys that I got my mom's Spotify link and I was looking through her albums, and I'm like, mother, we have the same playlists from when I was growing up. They're just basically identical. We have both instrumental playlists, and like 70% of the songs What song reminds you most of your mother? I have a couple. Wait, where is it? This song and the next one that we'll be playing. Both remind me so much of my mom. But specifically because she would listen to this and then I liked them because of her. Maybe. It's like a piece of them lives inside us. Like they're always with us. What instrument do you play? I play I play piano. Hell is a what? Hell is a place without God, and if everything good comes from God, would you really be okay there? If there really is a hell, then why take that risk and not seek diligently after God and the truth to know for certain? Just a thought. Well, okay, so let's say that hell is a place without God and everything good comes from God. But that would mean I have to really believe that everything good comes from God. But then God is also willing to just... It's hard for me to believe that, I guess. And then I don't want to operate off the notion of fear. Like, oh my God, if that is true and hell is so ass, then I better believe in God. Like, I don't want fear to be the driving notion for me to believe in God. So yeah, like, then why take that risk? Because I guess I don't think about the afterlife as much as I maybe should. I just truly think about like my current life, my current present, my experience as this little human on this earth. But yeah, it's hard for me to believe that God exists in the first place. So then I'm kind of like, meh. Well, if he turns me away at the golden gates because, okay, really, I think what comes down to it is, let's say God turns me away at the golden gates and I will be like, why? And he's like, because you didn't believe in me. I'm like, oh, is it because I wasn't a good human? He's like, no, you lived very well. You were empathetic of people. You were kind. You put good out into the world. You didn't murder anyone, blah, blah, blah. And I'd be like, oh, is that not enough? And he would say, or she would say, no, that is not enough. And then I would say, okay, well then fuck you. Because I just have to believe in you. That's really the whole point of this shindig, is that I have to believe in you for you to open that. I'm like, really? Like, of course we don't, like, not everyone's just gonna blindly believe in something. And that's fair. My current idea, my current notion is that. But maybe in 30 years I will have an aha moment and you'll be like, you know what? Yeah, I need to believe in God without even, maybe that's the whole point of this shindig, is that I need to believe in him without him being real. And maybe I'll change my opinion. But right now I'm kind of like, it's called faith. And I simply don't care, I guess, where I go after this. And if like my 80 years of existence here as a human experience signs me up for an eternity of hell, that's crazy to me. But if that's the way that it is, then it is the way that it is. Because I really enjoyed my 80 years. If that, 90, 100, however long I live. I'm not sure. Why not take the risk of not believing in the flying spaghetti monsters? I don't know. I mean, I think it's a little different. I think the thing that really it's hard for me to believe, but that doesn't mean that, again, like, everyone has faith in different things. I look at faith as a gift I have yet to receive. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Hi, baby. When are you gonna visit Norway? God, I hope soon. The idea that the all-knowing, all-powerful creature would be as petty as God in the Old Testament is why I have not read the Old Testament. You cannot play games with God. You cannot just believe in God just because he's a probability. If he exists, he's not doing. Like, you're saying that if you fear God, that it's not an actual, or like, fearing God is the, what am I saying? Like, fearing God is, if you believe in God because of the fear of God, then I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm trying to. Did you grow up religious? So I did grow up religious, kind of. Like, my parents were one foot in, one foot, like, I don't remember them being crazy religious, but I did go to Christian school when I was younger, and my mom definitely like had a Christian upbringing. Even like, I have this in my Spotify playlist because, again, I'm not religious, but I would listen to this going to bed, and I just like this. Where is this? So my mom would listen to this. It's called Out of Ivory Places, and it's just someone reading the scripture. But I find so much comfort in this, not because of the, I don't care what it's saying. I don't even know what it's saying, actually, but I've just had this around me, and I just like the sound of his voice and the music. So now I just listen to the instrumental version, really. But my mom also has this in her playlist. So I did grow up religious, but yeah. God also knows everything that is and everything that will be, yet he made me this way and put me through a test that he knew I would fail. Why? Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Did you know that if you were born with a dark hair, the chance of you fighting a dragon drastically decreases because dragons never existed? The second song that reminds me most of my mom is this song. Bum, 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 bum. I think something that's really interesting is how there's so many gods within so many different cultures, and how there's similarities between some and others not, but it really does come down to the culture. Because like, your god, the god that you grow up with is generally the god that you believe in so wholeheartedly. And there's, unless people like explore other gods, which is pretty rare that somebody takes the time to like be like, oh, I'm a Christian, but now I've whatever, like, it's really interesting. How convenient is that the one that you grew up with is the one? That is true. Yeah, but I mean, again, everyone has different experiences, and the faith in which you experience is different, and yeah. I think the thing is, I can understand how someone is like, well, okay, let's say that God is the idea of everything that is all good, and hell is without God, and therefore everything terrible. How would you know you'd be okay? The thing is, I wouldn't. But I also don't, I would have to believe in the notion of God for me to fear that. So, like, I get the testament. I do. I get the testament of you saying that, like, you would not be okay there. And the thing is, I wouldn't. I would probably, yeah, I would have an eternity of misery, and I would, you know, it would suck. But I can't, because it's rooted in nothing for me. So I'm just trying to vibe. Whatever happens at the end happens. I feel pretty similarly. I'm kind of just here to live my life, experience it as it is, respect the people that have different experiences, spread love, and that's kind of my meaning. That's my meaning of life. The God I know doesn't operate based on fear, but on love. I am not afraid of hell, as hell doesn't exist as it's portrayed. Does anyone else feel like there's too much content to consume when it just comes to shows, video games, movies? Yeah, but that's how they keep you going, because it never fucking ends. So it doesn't exist, so you're not afraid of it, essentially. Well, for me, I guess it doesn't. Let me think. Let me really think about my POV. Like, is my feeling based in the notion that it does not exist? I think my feelings come from two places. One, that it either doesn't exist, or two, if it does, I accept full responsibility. Send me to hell. I guess. Yeah. What? I don't know if, but yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure. Also real quick, Jody, thank you for cultivating such a warm, safe community that we can have these convos and all be kind and understanding. Hey, that's on you guys. Well, I mean, I'm here to also help, but I would like to say, people are so scared of speaking about religion and stuff, but that closes us off from so much, and I wish it was a more open topic, because the thing is like, I really do respect that everyone has different experiences and different beliefs, and like, I love to hear about it, but I don't want to ever like, I guess I don't want to be told about it in the notion of like, I want you to believe in this, or I want you to, it's like, I hear you, but I also just want to hear about your experience with faith and how you've come to grow in such faith. So my best friend Abby, you guys know her, is super religious. So I've grown up with someone incredibly religious. Went to the like Bible Institute of Los Angeles, okay? And that, I think that has given me a really interesting insight as an individual who was kind of religious at one point, really tried, didn't just, it wasn't for me, I wasn't a good fit, or I wasn't feeling it, or whatever. So yeah, I want to say thank you guys for being respectful of everyone else, and yeah, I always like to hear about it. It's great to learn and see how others feel about their faith. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, you live however you want, and that's great. What do you think about people converting to other religion to follow the partner? I mean, the thing is, I don't care. I think that's what I just don't care. Like, I don't, at the end of the day, it's not me, it's not my relationship, I don't care. Basically. God, if you're reading this Twitch chat, I will fully believe in you. If when I die, I wake up in a world with Avatar bending. Cannot wait, I'll be waiting. It's very nice to talk about this, but I also understand that so many people have had poor experiences and in general have been hurt due to faith, which is why so many places it is a polarizing topic. Yeah. I just used a brightener. Holy shit, Jody, it's amazing. Guys, I've been trying to tell you. I've been trying to tell you. Okay, listen up. Okay, listen up. Okay, hear me out. You're like, fuck, skincare is hard. I don't know how to do skincare. I'm telling you, this is actually such an easy way to do it. Other than wash your face and put on lotion and put on sunscreen, okay? This is more of an active thing, but actives equal results. So remember that. It's actually less work for you. There's so much in this one product. And I think a lot of men don't exfoliate, and I'm telling you, it makes the world of a difference. This mask that I collaborated with Hear Me Raw, so I just created the jar. And the thing is, I didn't do shit. It was just already a really good product. And they're like, you want to make a jar? I'm like, wait, yes, I use this. Yes, I want to make this jar. I also really believe in the company. Everything is refillable and interchangeable. So it's products that are good for you. They're natural. It's very easy. It's like you can tell how pumped I am. And yeah, it's better for the planet. So exfoliating changed my life. That's what I'm saying. And okay. So this is your answer. I'm telling you, you will use this and you will be like, oh my God, I get it. Okay? This is not a hashtag ad. I don't get paid for this. Listen to me. No, I'm okay. That's fine. You don't have to have or work on your skin. But if you want to, if that is something you're interested in, I think a face mask is a really great way to push you into getting into skincare. HearMeRaw.com. It's for the girls. It's for everyone. Everyone has skin. Okay. So I think I even put in the panels below. There's a link. Or I think this works. Right there. Okay? Chat. In the link. You will use this. Just follow. Okay, if you are going to buy it, use it 2 or 3 times a week. However many times you can remember, minimum. 1 month. 1 month, and you will, I literally promise, you'll be like, oh my God. The reason why you will see a result of like a brighter, better complexion, more hydrated skin, even more even skin tone is because of all these things that are in it. It's an active ingredient, and I'm gonna tell you what it is. But don't, it's gonna be a lot. But don't, yeah. The proof is in the pudding. But when you start, well, it's in the same way that, like, I don't know, when you start doing hair treatments, you see results because you're actively working on something. The thing is, you could use this product, or you could just moisturize every day, or you could also wear sunscreen like, the thing is, like, there's skincare products work because there's a bunch of ingredients in them that work, right? Yeah. There is green tea in it. Okay, let me explain a little bit about what's in it and why it works. So basically, exfoliating is taking off dead skin cells chemically. So once you take off dead skin cells, not only are you increasing the rate at which your skin rejuvenates. So you're bringing out new skin cells, which are brighter, right? You're getting rid of that dull, dead skin cells on your skin. So you're exfoliating with this face mask. It has lactic acid, and lemon peel. So lactic acid and phytic acid are nice, mild exfoliants. There are more intense exfoliants, but this one's really nice, especially if you have sensitive skin. So you know me, I have incredibly sensitive skin. So it was really important for me to be able to use it. So mild exfoliants. Also, lemon peel is a natural exfoliant. So then, great, you have your exfoliants and why, like, your skin is turning over, like, why it's looks better each time that you use it. And then you have, like, chlorophyll is in it, and well, chlorophyll is just already great for hydrating. It's also a great antioxidant. Same with there's a blue algae in it called spirulina. Really great, again, for an antioxidant. Same with matcha green tea. All these things are in that. So an antioxidant, why do we care about antioxidant? That's a word that gets thrown around all the time. Same with like vitamin C serum. People are like, why do I don't get it. Basically, the idea is that antioxidants protect you from free radicals. Free radicals are, this is when it gets complicated, that I don't want to overcomplicate it. Basically, free radicals attack your skin. They move really fast. Okay. And then that causes premature aging, dullness, whatever. It causes your skin to be damaged over time. And there's free radicals all the time, everywhere. That chemical reaction is happening all the time. So there are things that help or protect or neutralize free radicals. Green tea is a really great natural one. Same with chlorophyll, spirulina. And then the kicker of this product is why, if you use it long term, and I mean long term, I like use it for a month, there's bakuchiol in it. So bakuchiol is a natural vitamin A as in retinol. You've probably heard that word, whatever. Retinol can be hard on your skin, can be really hard for somebody who doesn't know how to do skincare or anything like that. It's like intermediate. I know. Everyone goes, haha, what is that? Anyways, bakuchiol is a flower. It's a natural form of retinol. So here's bakuchiol, and it's great for sensitive skin. You get the same anti-aging, I hate that word, but you get the same anti-aging results, but with no inflammation or like the itchiness or whatever that can sometimes be caused by retinol, because retinol takes a little bit of TLC. So when you're using this long term, you're going to notice the fine lines and wrinkles, or the evenness in skin tone, or even collagen reproduction. Or you'll notice your skin elasticity is better because you're just actively doing something. But it's just one face mask. It's one treatment, 10 minutes to 20 minutes a day, or whatever, however much you want to use. Again, I personally really like it, but I get it. So I use it for, well, the longest I've done it is 20 minutes because I've sat in my bath. I've sat in my bath and kept it on. But yeah, skincare is literally hygiene. There's no such thing just for males or females. Just like how we take care of our body, we should all take care of our skin. I've been trying to preach that, but I get it. Like it's so hard. It's confusing to get into. I fucking know. I've been there when I was breaking out. I had all my hormonal cystic acne and no one fucking understood what was happening or why my skin was breaking out. And it was so fucking frustrating. And then, yeah, I get it. There's like so much information on skincare. You walk into fucking Sephora or I don't know, Target, and every skincare brand is screaming at you like, yeah. It's hard. I promise you, I get it. What does it smell like? It smells like minty lemon to me. So yeah, how often do you use it? So I use it twice a week at this point. I've been using it more because I'm like, you know what? Like, fuck it, I'm just gonna use it more because I might as well. But before I was using it once a week. My skin is pretty sensitive, so I always gotta. Do I moisturize before or after using it? So you're gonna have a clean face. If your face is already clean, like you don't have makeup on or whatever, you can just put it on and then wash it off, and then you only need to apply moisturizer on afterwards. But you don't have to cleanse and then put it on. It is also acting as a cleanser. It has cocoa. It's a cleanser. So it's a cleanser / face mask, but I use it as a face mask personally. It is no artificial scents. It is all natural. You guys, not only that, but like I really want you guys to look into this brand. If you are at all interested in refillable products or just like natural, good for the environment, I want you to put you onto this brand. Hear me raw. So every God, I wish I had my jar. It's in my bathroom. Every jar, it's a glass jar with a lid, and once you unscrew the lid, there's a pod inside, a teeny tiny little pod, and that pod is interchangeable with every product that they have. So I personally chose to highlight the brightener because I just really like it. But let's say I like another product that they have, like a moisturizer. Once you are done with it, you just boop 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 boop, you know. So it's I believe in it. But what is it called? It's called the brightener. But yeah, I designed the jar for this specific one, but it is refillable. And then if you don't even want to refill it, you just have a jar that looks pretty fucking sick. Because, well, I designed it and I love it. So yeah. Is the inside refill pod recyclable? Yes. So it's the thing that comes out that you can either replace or whatever, it's recyclable. I'm just like such an advocate. I'm like, yeah. Yeah. How long do you know how long it will be available? I think there's a specific quantity, and until those quantities sell out, it's available. So it's available for a really long time. Yeah. You personally sat there and drew it, or you picked out the design? I did not pick out the design. Me and the individual who designed it with me, the designer who also worked on my merch. I loved my merch so much that I was like, wait, I want to put this on a jar. So we sat down, had a call. I basically told her my vision. She's like this, and I'm like, no, more like this, more like that, whatever. And you just work with the design, and then she makes it, and I'm like, no, I think I like this better, or I want this incorporated, and then yeah, your merch goes out early December. Max, Jenny, think of the 26. Jayshel, think of the 59. Kion, think of the 9. Enrique, think of the 60. Little Tad, think of the 20. But I will say, if you're new to skincare, the most important thing is to patch test. So where I patch test, I patch test on my wrist, and I patch test on this part of my neck. Okay? And a patch test is basically, you're just doing an allergy test because, well, at least, so like, for example, Sydney doesn't have to do this, or like Broden does probably not have to do this, but maybe like me, Sean, John, like people with more sensitive skin should do this, but that's up to your discretion. Sydney's skin is fucking resilient. I could put charcoal and granite and rub sand in it and she'd have great skin. Same with like Celine, okay? But I know myself, I have very sensitive skin, and so I always have to patch test. So if you have sensitive skin, this is a really, really good place to patch test. And you just put it on, and some people sleep with it overnight, or you can just leave it there for like 2 hours. And then if it's okay, if there's no reaction, whatever, no redness or itchiness or, you know, then you're good to go. But is there a one-stop solution for skincare for boys? My product will be. No, I literally was like, well, you'll see results, but based. No, okay. In the technical answer, no, because the bare minimum that I would ever require anyone to ever do so that they do see results and keep the results, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Get results and maintain results. To combine those things, you will need minimum 3 products: a cleanser, a moisturizer, and a sunscreen. But yeah, consistency is key. If you just want results, then you can be consistent with just one active product, like my product that I'm creating, which is going to be fucking amazing. It's going to be my holy grail. That's my goal. I'm making my holy grail. But to maintain that, you'll need sunscreen. Is the sunscreen necessary? Yes. What is it with people? So I think you guys are confused. Like, what is with the hate on sunscreen? I think you motherfuckers think about like banana, whatever the fuck, or like I'm thinking about you guys thinking about the spray sunscreen or something. Like, I don't mean that. Like, go buy a facial sunscreen. Like, I'm gonna give you 2 that come to the top of my, like, there's different types of sunscreens, but okay. Here we go. Look for this. You want to try a sunscreen? Cool. Hey, guess what? It's literally $7. I'm pretty sure it's about the same on Amazon. Biore UV Aqua Rich on Amazon. Okay? I lied. On Amazon, it's a little more pricey because you're not, well, it's $6 in probably Korea. So unfortunately, we don't live there. But this one says $14 on Amazon. Great. Now, another sunscreen that I really like, that I think doesn't really have a strong scent, goes on very, very easily, nice, well, you won't hate it. It's not super heavy. It doesn't pill. You're probably not listening to me. Thank the farmer. Sun Project Water Sunscreen. Okay? Thank you, farmer. Sun Project Water Sunscreen. Also on Amazon. 50 SPF. Great. Just use it. Just use it. The thing is, consistency with skincare is what matters. But again, you will get results. To maintain the results, it requires 2 different things. So yeah, you must put in effort in order to have results. But you'll feel better about yourself. At least I do. Should you use a toner before using something like BHA? So you can. Technically, a BHA is an exfoliant, so you can toner before exfoliating. But the thing is, skincare is different for everybody. It really works, and it's different for everyone. Yes, so UV rays, I think it's UVB. I want to say B goes through windows. It's either A or B. And I'm taking that 50-50. It's been a long time since I've reviewed that. The reason I say sunscreen is because UV rays go through windows. Sun damage happens all the time. I'm going to give you the horror story. I used to volunteer at a dermatologist clinic, and every Monday and Tuesday was devoted, just one office, devoted to skin cancer patients. Do you understand the amount of people that have to have skin cancer to make it so that every Monday and Tuesday is devoted to skin cancer removal surgery? Ain't nobody wearing sunscreen. And so I saw that and I was like, oh my God, I'm I'm never not wearing sunscreen. Like if I am without sunscreen, I'm stressed. So wear your sunscreen. But that's all I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to do 3 little things. The thing is, you're like, okay, you're washing your face. And then after you've washed your face, you're like, well, shit, I'm already standing right in front of the fucking sink. I might as well put on my moisturizer. And that's it. You're going to bed. That's it. There's two steps. Now you're going outside. It's daytime. Put on a sunscreen. You're already there. Boom. Any tips for hormonal acne, even though I've been on acne medicine for a few months? Acne treatments are generally all related to salicylic acid. So I should just recommend this product. So what product I use when I have acne, even now, Paula's Choice has a clear line, clear like CLEAR. It's a bright blue, almost turquoise bottle. It's really drying, right? Actives can be drying. So I don't use all of it anymore. Their whole clear line is like a cleanser with salicylic acid in it, a toner with salicylic acid, like all these things. And then like you get a zit cream with benzoyl peroxide in it. But using all of that together is so drying for your skin. So find what you like the most out of that line. It could be a cleanser, a toner, a spot treatment. Sounds complicated. Well, everything's a little complicated so you get it, you know? But Personally, I use the clear wash when I have acne. Do you have dupes for that? You just need to find a wash with salicylic acid. Salicylic acid. Ladies and gentlemen, do you hear me? Salicylic acid, benzoyl peroxide. 2 things that I would say acne treatments will generally always have. I'm just giving you products that I like, but that's up to you. I like the Paula's Choice Clear Face Wash. So if you are that would be my recommendation for acne, but that is so like acne is a fucking beast. That is it's yeah. Tips for Bacne. Bacne, they also make sprays with salicylic acid in it. They make body washes with salicylic acid in it. So hello Scar, welcome in. Hi everyone. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Thanks, I just ordered 10. Hi, Joy. I hope... The thing is, like, skincare, personally, I fucking love skincare, not only because I love the feeling of taking care of my body, okay? It's like in the same way that people go to the gym, and they, like, love going to the gym, because it's like, the progress is so... It feels good, but not only that, it's like, I know I'm doing good. It's like when I floss, okay? I'm like, nice job, Jody, taking care of yourself. Drinking water, nice job, Jody, taking care of yourself. The other thing is that you see literal results. Is that like, it just scratches my brain. I'm like, oh my God, I use my mask, I see a result. Oh my God, I wash my face. Whoa, cool. Oh my gosh, I put on moisturizer. Somebody comes up to me, Jody, your skin's so nice. I'm like, thanks, I work on it. You know? But everything requires effort. It's a matter of what you want to put effort into. And if skincare is one of them, boy, I got the thing for you. I got lots of knowledge. You know? What about moisturizer with salicylic acid? I mean, generally speaking, you're not gonna use a moisturizer with salicylic acid. Or I wouldn't recommend it. Like, I think you should just use your treatments with something else. Because, yeah. You're also not in your 30s yet. Okay, that's interesting. So, generally speaking, aging happens before you're 30. Many things can go into this, or premature aging, I would say. We talked a little bit about free radicals, right? So protecting yourself against free radicals. Also diet and like drinking, smoking, things like that. Sun exposure. We're getting there. You know what I mean? But I guarantee you I'm going to look fucking pretty dang good when I'm 30. I am going to age. Aging is a beautiful thing, but more like, I don't think I'm going to look much different than I do now. Yeah. If I take care of myself internally as well. Yeah. What would basically be the main stuff for skincare? Okay. Just remember this little trifecta. Cleanser. Now, cleansers so many of them. Where do you start? You can choose, like if you have acne, you could choose a cleanser that is for acne. You could also choose just a generic cleanser, gentle wash to simply get the oil and dust and whatever off your face. That's up to you. Like I said, if you have acne, I would recommend the one from Paula's Choice, from the clear line, giant turquoise bottle. Really like that one for when I have acne. You can also get a generic wash. I use one from Korea. It's $6. It's up to you. The thing is, I can give you my product recommendations, but every product works differently for everyone. So we can deep dive into products later, but if you're about to build a list on what do I need, cleanser. Now, Jody, when do you cleanse? Once in the morning, once at night before you go to bed. Second, moisturizer. Why do you need moisturizer? Because you just cleansed your face of all the natural oils that are in it. And when your skin gets dry, it produces oil. Oil is good, but oil can also be bad. Too much oil, bad. Too much oil, acne. Too much oil, pore plug up. What do? I moisturize it to give it what I just stripped. Because not only did I strip all the bad things, I also stripped the oil. So I need a moisturizer. That you could buy at a drugstore. CeraVe, Cetaphil, moisturizer, lotion. Great. Look that up on TikTok. You'll find so much shit, okay? Now, is it daytime? Put on sunscreen. Why do we need sunscreen? Why? Because you're going outside. And not only that, what's the fucking point of washing your face and putting on moisturizer and putting in the damn effort if you're not going to maintain it? How do we maintain results from skincare? Sunscreen and consistency. Is it nighttime? Is the sun out? No sunscreen. So repeat after me. Good morning. The sun is out. I have just woken up. What is it that I need to do? I need to cleanse my skin. Then what I didn't need to do? Ooh, I'm feeling kind of dry. I need to moisturize. Is the sun out? Great. Sunscreen. Oh, it's time for bed. The sun has set. What do I need to do? Well, I've been awake all day. All this gunk on my face. I've been outside. There's dirt. My skin's ready. Cleanse. Ooh, feeling kind of dry because I just stripped my entire face of all the good and the bad. Moisturize. Is the sun up? No sunscreen. Oh my God, only 2 things to do at night for the bare minimum? Absolutely. Sleep. Wake up. Do it all again. Don't forget to wash your fucking sheets while you're at it. At least wash your pillowcases. Because what's the damn point of doing it all? If you're not going to... But seriously, if you are like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. Those 3 things, I promise you, if you have done nothing, you will see such a fucking difference. You will wake up in 1 month and be like, oh my God, why didn't anyone tell me sooner? Whoa, I feel so great about myself. Holy shit, I've noticed such a difference. Yeah. Yeah. But I believe in you. Believe me, I understand. Like, I so totally fucking understand. Skincare is one of those things where it's like, why is this not easily digestible? Why? Because there's so many products out there, and because everyone's skin is different. Is basically, yeah. But through very much trial and error, I've done it for you. Okay? So the 3 important things, like, you're a dude, you have no fucking clue, you've never done this in your life. Cleanse. Moisturize. In the day, sunscreen. Not in the day, don't. What do you add to the bare minimum? Okay. Now we're getting into the mix and match of skincare. So this is where it comes down to kind of intermediate, because everyone's skin is different. And I am a firm, just like advocate for regimen change. A lot of people are like, no, I do this every day, day in, day out, same thing. But personally, I think our skin is ever changing, and I think every day is different. I check in with my skin every day. Now, what I use is dependent on what I see. I'm like, my skin looks dull. I use blank. My skin is this. I use blank. Hold on, somebody is calling me. Hey. Hey. Whoa. Artery Pulse, thank you for the 10. Thank you. Appreciate it. Really, really, thank you so much. Where was I? Okay, listen up. Class in session. So, if you're trying to get more involved in actives, that's what they are. What do you do once you're past the basics? You start adding actives. Like, it could be anything. It could be retinol. It could be vitamin C. It could be BHAs. It could be anything. And that gets a little more complicated, and that's generally when you got to do your own research. But unless you have like me, to say, hey, just fucking use this like I do with John. And then he doesn't even fucking be consistent. And I'm like, John, what? I just want you to have a nice skin. Wash your fucking face. So, but, okay. I'm going to shamelessly plug. Jody, that's too complicated. I don't know what to do. Hey, hear me raw. The face mask that I collaborated with to make a jar, not only is it good for the fucking environment and all naturally made, and she is so cute, but it's your one-stop shop. And that is probably music to your ears. It is a one-stop shop. You're going to use this face mask. You're going to use it, I don't care, once, twice a week, 3 times a week. It has so much good in it. It will exfoliate for you. It will hydrate for you. It will protect you from free radicals. It has antioxidants in it. And on top of that, you will see long-term results in terms of fine lines, wrinkle, whatever. The only thing you have to do afterwards is hydrate. Like you just need to, because you just exfoliated, it has hydrating properties in it, but just put on moisturizer. Your skin loves moisture. Do you understand? Your skin loves moisturizer. Have you ever put on moisturizer? You're like, oh my God, that felt great. Okay? Is it for men? Skincare is for everyone. I'm putting...
Hello. Oh my gosh. I understand it wasn't advertised to you, but we all have skin. We all have skin. Repeat after me. Repeat after me. We all have skin. We all have skin.
Skin care is for everyone. I get it though. I get it. It wasn't ever advertised for you, and like it's fucking confusing. I don't know. Your mom never taught you. I know. I'm here. I'm your mom. Wash your fucking face. I'm all worked up now. I know. No one grew up with it. You guys are, a lot of guys didn't grow up with it. It just like wasn't for you. It wasn't pushed to you, but whatever. And I'm here to change that. I'm here to change that because a lot of guys have skin problems and they're like, they feel so helpless. They're like, whoa, what the fuck? Girls get makeup and they get to go out into society and like they get to cover it with foundation, whatever. Okay, don't even get started on how men can wear makeup, but skincare is the answer that you are actually looking for. You don't want to wear makeup? Taking care of your skin is actually the answer. That I don't know how many times I need to say until like I want to like grab you, shake your head and be like, that is the answer. Is actual just effort and consistency when it comes to skincare. Does fragrance really matter in products? So added fragrance can be an irritant for people with sensitive skin. I am one of those individuals. But it doesn't like some are very bad. There's no umbrella term or like umbrella statement for fragrance, but you can have fragrance, you cannot. It depends on you. So for example, Glow Recipe. I hate Glow Recipe. I there's so much added fragrance. I know my skin won't like it, and I simply just don't want my skincare to smell like watermelon. But that's a preference. I know my skin to be irritated, but that's up to you. Mom is kind of violent. Eat your fucking veggies. Nah, that sounds too good to be true. That's fine. You don't have to. You don't have to wash your face. I wash my face and I see the benefits. So that's, you guys don't have to, but that, So I just gotta use this mask and some moisturizer and I'm good to go. Yes. It will be, if you don't do shit for your skin right now, yes. What if we're lazy? That's your fucking problem. It's not my skin. And sunscreen, but I understand it's a hard knock life. Like I don't know how much I can ask for, but lazy gang rise. Yeah, like if you're not gonna take care of yourself, who will? It ain't gonna be me. It ain't gonna be fucking me. You gotta show up for yourself. Jesus Christ. If you need sunscreen recommendations, thank you, Farmer Sun Project Water Sunscreen. I like it. I really like it. But if you don't want it to be, it's like too creamy, or like you're like, oh, it's too creamy. Like I don't know. John has that thing where he's like, it's too thick. Another one from Amazon. Biore UV Aqua Rich SPF. Both are on Amazon. They will deliver that to you in 2 days. Those are my recommendations. But sunscreen is generally one of the most like irritating things that you can, like, where people have reactions. Okay. What was the recommendation? Go look at my VOD. It can cause irritations to your skin. So when you get it, put it on your wrist, put it on your neck, and if it's fine, you're good to go. Okay? No, you just put on sunscreen every day. There are sun rays, UVB rays, just put it on. You know what? Just put it on. At this point, I don't even want to tell you why. Okay? Do you only put on sunscreen when you're going out in the sun? Just put it on. I'm actually just gonna put you between 2 pieces of bread and tell you as an idiot sandwich. Like, I don't care, actually. You don't even need the reasoning, do you? Just put it on. Put it on. Yeah, now I'm here. Just fucking put it on. So. I think your sunscreen makes us into werewolves. You don't want to be a werewolf? Dude, if I could be any fantasy, anything, I'm taking that opportunity. Fuck you guys. I'm writing it down for you. Dude, it honestly could just both be. You know what? Cleanser and moisturizer. I'm gonna put in parentheses the brand I recommend. You could literally buy this at a drugstore. Sunscreen in the day. No matter what, you stupid. I didn't put. No, I'm deleting it. Okay. I'm going to put 2 brands that I recommend. Okay. Biore UV Aqua Rich SPF. Or Thank You Farmer. Oops. Water. Oops. Thank You Farmer. Sun. Project. 50. Yeah. That's it. You reapply sunscreen. If I have makeup on, I don't, because for obvious reasons I cannot. But I will reapply my sunscreen in the day if I do not have makeup on. Sunscreens that make her makeup pill. Do you have any recommendations? I really like the one the 2 I just put in chat. The Biore UV Aqua Rich or the Thank You Farmer. Also, Tula sunscreen doesn't pill. I do like that. Those are 3 that don't pill. I put under my makeup every day. Shoop, thank you for the 44. I think we're about to get a new skincare command. Have a good night. Imagine thinking sunscreen, a relatively new invention in human history, is necessary. I don't care. I simply don't care. Humans live longer. We're outside. Do you think skin cancer is just false? It's just not. I don't care. It's for the people that are like, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna, yeah. You know what I mean? There are powder sunscreens that you can put over makeup reapplication. Okay, my thing about powder sunscreens is I'm like, dude, I know there's just not enough I guess it's better than nothing, but I know it's not really doing a lot. Toothpaste is a recent invention. However, I'm just like, I mean, sure, like, yeah, it's too gimmicky, I feel. What's too gimmicky? Sunscreen? Powder sunscreens. I agree with you. I'm like, I don't believe that you're really spreading this SPF as much as it needs to be into like the sheer amount of powdered sunscreen I need for me to get more SPF protection feels like, you know? What is your skin type? I have combination skin. How can some people still look good even if they don't do skincare? Genetics. But I am not one of those lucky bastards. Simply. But boy, do I wish I was. But I always tell myself, you know what the thing is I am grateful because my bad skin made me learn how to get good skin. And that is knowledge that I love to share. So I am able to share the knowledge that I have, and I learned a lot. I love skincare. You guys know this. And I love to help people with their skin who are receptive and wanting to learn about it. So yeah, I think that if I was just naturally born with great skin, I wouldn't have like cared as much for obvious reasons. I wouldn't have known all of this, and I wouldn't be so diligent with what I do every day, and which I think will pay off. I think my skin will look good for a long time. But yeah, I also just love to share that knowledge. Any over-the-counter products that actually help with acne scars? Anything with salicylic acid, any exfoliant. It could be any exfoliant. You could do lactic acid, phytic acid, salicylic acid, azelaic acid. You need some sort of exfoliant because you need, basically what you're trying to do for acne scars is renew your skin faster. So you need a chemical exfoliant to kind of give it that, or you can do a physical, like, or you could literally do like a skin peel. But yeah, any over the counter, like you just need some sort of product with. I would say salicylic acid is a really, really popular one. But also, we did talk about retinol. That's a big jump. But yeah. How long is your daily skincare routine? 5 minutes? Yeah. People do microneedle at home. I used to microneedle, but I haven't done that in years. Yeah, retinol's a big jump that I don't want to... Scary. When's the last time you had a pimple? Today? I've been breaking out. I've been having a really weird skin reaction like the last 3 weeks ago, I'd say. And I couldn't tell if it was a rash or acne, but I just started using a salicylic wash again because I was like, maybe it is acne. And it's starting to clear up. So I'm like, shit. So. Also, pimple patches. People, like, that shit's fired. All right, I'm out. Have you been eating a lot of sweets? No. You know, acne doesn't really, I don't know why, but it doesn't really, food doesn't affect my skin. Or in terms of like, I see poop on your butt. You stink. Where? Come here. Oh, the beauty of being a mother. What was I gonna say? Oh, generally my diet doesn't super affect my skin. What if you get blackheads? Also salicylic acid or azelaic acid or any kind of exfoliant. Really? Meow. Meow meow. I love to imitate him. I have much fun. All right, I'm out. I have tried the Shiseido stick over my makeup. It doesn't really work that great for me, but I do think I like it for midday reapply. But if you don't wear super heavy foundation or anything like that, I think it is a really good stick to use. But for me, it doesn't really work that well. I think it matters on how much makeup you wear. All right, everybody. Peace. This is a fun stream. I hope you had fun. In the next week, you can expect my second episode of my podcast to come out. My podcast is called Open Book with Quarter Jade, where I talk about really anything under the sun. And this time in particular, I talk about self-love and my journey with it and where I struggle with it and all of that. What else is there? On quarterjade.com, I'm selling tote bags. There's only like, I don't know, probably like 150 left. I don't know how many are left. It's exclusive. If you are interested in a new tote bag, John and I collaborated and made a cute little design. It's pretty cute. Quarterjade.com. And shit, while we're here, hey, skincare, you want a skin mask that I absolutely believe in and adore, and it's not only good for you, but also the environment. In my panels. Hear me raw. I created a jar. It's a mask. Again, I believe in. Protects, exfoliates, cleans. Peace. Bye, everyone. Have a great rest of your night. Bye-bye.